going on, everybody? Before this webinar starts, this was made in November, right? And now it's April 3rd, 2025. And all I gotta say is a lot has happened since I recorded this webinar that you're gonna watch. And if you want to tap into this updated version of what I do provide, everything will be in the description. Yeah, let's get right to it. Okay. Give me some thumbs up if you can hear me. Boom. So we got the keys to the world's best kept secret. I mean everything I'm gonna say, because people don't, or schools don't teach this, so this is literally a kept secret. So let's get it. Oops. I am letting people in as we speak. Gotta fix that first. Next. What's good, Zay? Welcome to the Forex boot camp, my guy. All right. So day one, we have the intro to Forex, straight foundation, right? Day two, like I said, I get right to the point. So I'm going to help you guys know how to put a trade in, see a result, everything from the apps, the websites that I use every day, and just, like I said, ASAP, results. That's what we're here for, results and also learning. Day three is the psychology of a trader. So trading is 95% mindset, right? And then 5% the skill. So once you learn the skill, it's like, okay, now it's time to make sure that I'm not being too, how do I say it, greedy and things like that. So that's going to be day three, huge day. And then day four will be my steps. Literally every day, 8 o'clock a.m., I go into the market with the same strategies. So that's going to be broken down on day four. And of course, the next steps. And if you guys want to continue to learn from me. So let's get right into it. So like I just named all of that, so we can skip right through the breakdown. Actually, we can look at day three. You can see fear of missing out, fear of being wrong. These are just some key things that people have to overcome. But yeah, let's keep going. So a little bit about me. I heard about trading actually in 2018 from my brother's friend, which is my mentor, was my mentor, Ja, still is. And then I actually started trading in 2021. But the key thing that was I didn't know, and I'm glad I'm able to tell you guys, was you don't need money to start. You don't need money to start. You can have a demo account. You can have $0 and start off on a demo account and learn the strategy, learn how to place a trade and all that, right? But so it took me 3 years to basically make that decision. Okay, I have money to invest. Here I go. I went to my mentor, Ja. Shout out Ja, for teaching. And that's when it actually started. But I'm here to tell you guys, you can start today with $0 and start with a demo account. So now you know if you haven't. I started learning with I Am Academy. It's a platform out there that also a lot of people have grown and learned, but then also a lot of people say it's not the best. So everybody has their mixed opinions and stuff, but I'm here to say it changed my life. So yeah, education is everything. So I've been trading for 3 years, and I've been trading the exact same way since I started. And that's huge, because a lot of people learn on YouTube or Google, or they have so many different resources that they're learning from, and it's like information overload, right? It's just so much information that they have to apply to the charts and just apply to trading. But it's like, I don't know where to, so I've been trading the same exact way since I started. So that should mean something. That should mean something. My strategy is very consistent. So, and a little bit more about my trading journey. I've been able to travel all across the country while being able to trade. That's one of the number one things, like Dubai, Spain, Portugal, Punta Cana, different parts in Canada and Colombia, and a lot of other ones. But the main thing is I was able to trade out there. So that gives me location freedom, and that's a part of freedom. There's location freedom, time freedom, and financial freedom. So the fact that trading allows me to do that, it gave me a bigger purpose in life, because I care more about my time. I care more about my time rather than just making money. So the fact that I knew that I could do that, and I'm doing it, man, I'm just happy to share. So let's get right into it. So what even is Forex? What's Forex? What's trading in Forex? the market size, like how big is Forex? Like, can you really make money? Can you really make money? And when can you trade? Those are some topics I'm gonna go over right now. So what is Forex? So basically, Forex is the foreign exchange market. So it's foreign currencies and it's exchanging throughout each other, and it's shown on data, right? Or it's short for FX. So it allows you to trade one currency from another. And all in all, like I said, I like to keep things very brief and short and right to the point. And I've learned a lot of things, so I can kind of dumb it down for you guys. And let's let somebody in. How you doing, Mike? Welcome. We're getting right into it. So, like I said, I like to dumb things down from what I already learned, because I really don't think you need to learn too much to really know how to make money. And you can earn as you learn, right? So it's like a video game. If you think one currency is going to be stronger than the other currency and you end up correct, then you make a profit, right? So it's in day trading and trading in Forex, or in day trading, you can sell and you can buy, right? So if you place a sell, and you, like I said, if you think one currency is going to be stronger, we'll get to currencies in the next slides. If you think one's going to be stronger or not, you place your position, selling or buying. And if it's correct, the direct result is money. There's no, it in this market is money is the result of you being correct. In other different things in the world, right? For example, going to the gym, you might look better or you might feel better. Things like that. You got things that my point is, with trading, the direct result is profit. It's money. So it's an emotional market, right? So let's get right into the example. For example, you go to the airport, you go to a currency exchange booth, you exchange a USD for another currency. You just participated in the foreign exchange market. You just didn't know. So it's a normal thing. It's a very normal, and how do I say it? It's been here before we've been all born and thought about, right? So a lot of people are like, is this like a new trend or something? Is this like this or that? Because some people heard it in 2018 and like other years, but this has been, the foreign exchange market has been around before technology. They were doing this, way before technology. So this is a real deal thing. This is no like trend or wave. So that's a common misconception. What is traded in Forex? The foreign exchange currency, or the market. We got the US dollar. We got the GBP, which is the Great British Pound. We got the euro. Here's some other ones. The JPY, which is the Japanese yen. And if I go back, pairs right here where it says different currency and pairs. So when we get to the actual charts in the market and things like that, you'll see pairs like USD JPY or GBP USD, because they're a pair. And like I said in the first slide, the two currencies compare to each other, so hence the pair. So it could be a Great British Pound versus the United States dollar. Which one is stronger in the moment? That's what you're looking at in the charts, right? So we got Australian dollar, we got Canadian, we have a ton more, right? So the Forex market size, how big is the foreign exchange market? Unlimited money available, I say right there. Why? Because as you can see to the right here in this picture right here, the Forex market is super large compared to the stock exchange and things like that. And people talk about stocks way more, right? How does that make sense? Well, we just don't know. So I'm here to educate you that Forex is actually way more volatile than the stock market and different markets that people talk about, right? So compared to the New York Stock Exchange, $20 billion per day, the foreign exchange market is $7.5 trillion a day. So there's literally unlimited money there, and that's actually the downfall. The fact that there is unlimited money is the reason why actually people don't succeed. They can't. You need rules in a place like this. When there's unlimited money to make, you need to have a set plan and rules and stuff like that, which we'll get to. So when can you trade Forex? Let's get right back to it. So right here, and I'll send this link right here in the chat soon. But the Forex market is open 24 hours a day during the weekdays. So on the weekends, it's no more. So it closes on Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern. It closes. So if anybody's talking about you can trade all the time and things like that, that's wrong. With Forex, the foreign exchange market, no. It closes at Friday at 5 p.m. and it reopens on Sunday at 5 p.m. So you could take a picture of this babypips.com link right here. It'll send you to this picture right here, which shows you a whole, like the Sydney. So there's four sessions, right? There's a New York session, there's a London session, a Tokyo session, and a Sydney session. And that basically means different currencies are moving quicker in these sessions, right? And so most of us are going to be in the New York session, right? So 8 a.m. to 12 is really when the New York session is going crazy, should I say, right? So this website shows the best times to trade in these different sessions, right? So you can trade US dollar in the New York session, London GBP, Tokyo JPY, which is the Japanese yen, and then Sydney would be the Australian dollar that you would trade in these sessions and get the best results. So one thing, okay. So there's actually more. I don't know why it went right to that. But so far, before I get into the next, does anybody have any questions about the fundamentals and things like that? Just there's a hand at the bottom and you could just raise it. Hold on, let me look at the chat real quick. That everyone sent messages. Okay, everybody can send messages. That's good. Boom. Boom. Cool. Let me get any comments on anything that stuck out to you or it was different. And you guys can turn on your mics too. Nobody has questions, which is amazing actually, because that means you understand, right? And let me know if you guys want some how do I say it, some extra sauce, because honestly I was expecting some questions. There's really nothing like more simple than the foundation of trading, and I didn't, like I said, I thought we was gonna have at least one question I'll get into. There we go, we got one from my guy Zaymab. So would the Olympics 2028 be a great time to trade because people come in from different countries to America from the games? So I like how you're thinking, right? The fact that there's different events and things like that that also play a part in fluctuations. So you actually bring up a big topic. This election, Trump, right? I'm not getting into anything political, but I'm just saying that's a huge event, a huge thing that happened for the economic, just the economy, right? So the dollar, so different things are being affected. And yes, it's a great time to trade right now because the US dollar and every currency right now is being affected by this huge event, right? So yes, the Olympics 2028 will be the great time to trade, but every single day is a great time to trade because of this, what I'm sharing right now, this picture. The average daily volume is 7.5 trillion, right? So that means there's money every single day to be made, and you should be in this market. Of course, you have to know what you're doing. But yes, that's a good question, and you're thinking right in terms of different events playing a huge part in fluctuations. So I'll actually go to a website for you guys and elaborate more on that right here, and I'll send all of these. Boom, boom, boom. Forex market or Forex factory is how do I say it, top 3, not 3 websites that I use to basically handle this market. So there's a lot of people that say, oh my god, the market just dipped, the market just went crazy. Guess why? Because this website, it shows you different events that happen in the world. I'll send that in the chat right now. Boom, sent it in the chat. So make sure you pin that or bookmark that, because when things happen in the world and people around the world are like, yo bro, did you see that dip? Did you see how crazy It's here. Forex Factory tells you what happened. So let's go to tomorrow. As you can see, Tuesday, November 12th. Let's just go over it real quick, right? GBP, Euro, JPY, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m. There's different news that happens, and you can actually read about it. And if you click the folder, you can read about what's going on with the JPY at this time. And the biggest thing I would say, just to, like I said, I like to get right to the point, is red market or red folders. If you look at my screen, let me know if it's too small or anything, but if you look at my screen, it's red. This is yellow. This is orange. I only look at red. It's red news is basically high impact and expected. So whatever's happening at that time is really going to affect that currency, which is going back to your question about different events affecting currencies, or if it's a good time to trade. Some people trade only during the news. So this is also for maybe people that might not want to look at the charts at all, but guess what? You can trade news, but it's super risky. I'm not advising you guys to do that, but just know at this time or at whatever time, for example, AUD all the way down here, 7:30 p.m., a red folder. You can read more about it. And if you think you have a good bias and a correct bias, you can place a trade, and at that time, you're going to see, or you're going to see a huge dip up or dip down, whatever you want to call it, right? So some people only trade like that. So boom, if you didn't know, now you know. Great. That was a good question though, for sure. So we got another question from my guy Mike. I noticed in swing markets they were showing oil and other things you could trade. Can you trade the dollar versus oil or energy? That's a good question. So I mean, I'll go right here to my own chart and show you certain things that you can trade. You can, I don't know about the dollar versus oil. I haven't personally looked at that, but if you go, and this right here, this chart, I get into on day 2 talking about how to see results. This is honestly one of the biggest days that you guys want to be to or attend to, because I mean, we all like results, we all love results. And low key, because if there's no other questions, this might be a way shorter session, but I wanted to give time for questions. But it seems like, you know, everybody's understanding and things like that. So I would actually give a little extra sauce and just share some things about this platform and how to get results right now. If you guys like that, we don't have to play by the rules, you know. So anyways, right here, AAPL, that's a stock, right? So you click this, and this is with Sway Markets. I use Sway Markets. There's tons of different brokers out here. I recommend Sway Markets. I actually met the co-owner out in Cali, so it just worked out perfectly, even more for me in terms of trust and knowing what broker, what platform to use. I was like, I met the one of the part owners. So here I am. You can type USD and you can see all the USD pairs that they allow on here, right? So like I said, the dollar versus oil, never really heard of that. Or dollar versus energy. Wait, yeah, I don't. Hey, shoot, teach me. You can teach me something. Dollar versus energy. Shoot, energy is unlimited, so let me know. But let's go to another website that you guys should all have and know about, that shows you different pairs. If you guys don't know this is like the number one platform for looking at data. I'll send it in the chat. This is the number one every trader looks at this website to see what they can trade, right? So Mike, this would be perfect for you if you click the search bar and you go to all, or you can just see right here, you can see all the stocks like Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and countless. You can just scroll, right? Same with, there's different funds, there's different futures. These are all different commodities in the world that you can make money off of. So when people say futures or Forex, crypto, stocks, options, it's all right here on tradingview.com. So yes, tradingview.com is a huge website to get on that bookmark for your journey. I think once you get charting, there would be more questions for sure. Yeah. I'm just glad. I mean, I'm glad you guys understand this. So I know what to move forward and share. By the way, guys, it's a 4-day boot camp. Like, you guys, we can chat, we can interact. The more like interactive, the better in terms of questions and stuff like that. How do you know which pairs we should trade to make the most amount of money? So that's a good question, Focus. How to know which pairs we should trade to make the most amount of money. So it's really, think about it like this. There's unlimited money, right? There's unlimited money. But there's a certain way that different pairs move, and there's also certain pairs that look a different way on the chart. And the main important thing is to know how to read a chart, right? So the amount of money that you make, you can make any type of money that you would want to make. If you even want to make $1 million in a day, this is the place you will be able to go to. You just either need to know how to be skillful or have that much capital to be able to make $1 million in a day, right? So it's really the real question, or the real important fact now is how do you like, or do you like how the chart moves? Can you read it? Is it easy to read? Are your strategies playing out? Like, is it easy to read? So it's really you looking through pairs, you looking through and going on a demo first, placing trades and seeing how each pair or commodity, whatever you want to trade, seeing how it moves. That's the biggest thing. Seeing how it moves. And what I mean how it moves is when you put in a trade, you instantly are gonna see money. You're instantly gonna see your money fluctuate. And so if you like how it moves, some move slow, some move super fast. That's why some people say this pair is volatile, or this pair, like Bitcoins, is no joke or something like that, because it moves very fast. So it's like I said, the more important thing to realize is, okay, can I read this chart, and do I like how fast it moves, right? Can I read this chart? Do I know what is being shown to me in front of my face, right? And do I like the speed at how I see these numbers? For example, I don't know if you guys have seen my Instagram or things like that, but I always say in my videos that I make money in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And I trade gold. Gold's my baby. Gold's my number one resource or commodity that I trade, because I like the speed of, like, when I get in a trade, how quick how quick I see a result, and I also can read it, right? So that's definitely more of a thing that you should consider. Don't even the amount of money, the money's here. The money's here, so you don't have to worry about, dang, I can only make $20 or $200 on the Australian dollar versus the United States dollar. No, you can make $1 million on this one pair as well. Like I said, you just have to have enough capital, or you have to know what you're doing. So hopefully that answers your question. So we got my guy Steve. How do you get set up with a demo account? Is that on TradingView? So that was going to be day 2, get results. But like I said, this is way earlier than I expected. So if you guys want to know how to actually get your demo account right now and get results, let me know. Cause I'll do it again tomorrow, cause there's different people that's gonna show up. Some people couldn't make it today, so let me know in the chat, or if you guys want me to save it for tomorrow.
I'll pull up tomorrow, but we can get a general consensus on where everyone else is
at. That's right. All right, bet.
I like the demo account.
You like the demo account? What's up, Pops? This is my Pops right here. My dad. Yeah. Shout out my dad.
Shout out.
And then shout out my brother in here too. The fam. We got. Come on, we're gonna do this demo account right now. We gonna get results today. We're not waiting for tomorrow. We're gonna get it today. So, okay, boom. First things first. You have to sign up with, well, you can sign up with whoever you guys want, but I use Sway Markets for my broker. So I'm gonna send this link right here. You guys can either write notes in terms of how to set it up, or you can do it along with me. You guys have to fill in your details, of course, because this is an investing world. So you have to put in your information, your identification, just so you can verify that you are who you're claiming to be. So click that link right there, and instantly you're gonna sign up, right? So I don't want to go too quick, so you guys can at least know the process. So once you sign up, you'll have your account. You'll get an email from Sway Markets and things like that to set it up. And then once you set it up, right? It's a regular process, just like any social media. You put your information in. The only thing is you have to be 18 to make an account on here. Like I said, this is like the real world. 18 plus investing, things like that. So if anything, use your parents' information if they're cool with you. It's not like you have to add a credit card or debit card. You're simply just verifying your identification. So that's the only extra, information they're gonna require. So once that's done, you're gonna go to Sway Markets and scroll down. All this good stuff right here, right? Boom. Right here, you're gonna find Sway Charts platform. That is key. That is huge, right? You need a place to press buy or press sell. So you need the broker. So I have a Windows. So I click Windows. If you have a Mac, click the Mac. If you want to use the website, if you want to just have it on a website browser, click Web Trader. And then Android and iOS, self-explanatory right there, right? And then once you do that, you will be brought to here. And this right here, you should get hyped, because this is what I see every single morning to see the profit that I see. So it's like I said, there's no BS over here. I get right to the point here. I don't sugarcoat anything. Yeah, you shouldn't. If you know me, I don't sugarcoat anything. And this right here is everything. This platform is everything. So once you have that, I'll go deeper into this software in a little bit. But before that, once you finish those two, you want to head over to my.swaymarkets.com, right? I'll send that for you guys. Sent. Boom. Oh, and my guy also is my guy Darren here. If my guy Darren here is here, type in the chat. Let me know. But regardless, he actually is one of my first students in my coaching program. Yes, there he is, and I want him to tell a little bit about how his journey has been in the first week. He's already seen great results on both ends, right? And in a little bit, I want you to let people know how you're doing on your journey. You just started, and you're already withdrawing money. You're already paying yourself. You're already getting a check. Some jobs literally take 2 weeks to get a check. So imagine learning something, applying it, and already paying yourself in the same week. So I'll let you tell more. But boom, let's go back to this My Sway Markets. Also, one of my favorite websites, because guess what? This is where you pay yourself. So boom, right here we have accounts. This is right for the demo account for y'all to see results ASAP. I'll get to the other things, but once you're on account, you see demo account. You see live account right here. I have no money in mine right now. But if you go to demo accounts, right to the right, demo account. Boom, you click that, and I'll click it for the mean sakes. So boom, there's 4 different type of accounts you can make. ECN, that's the regular account. You have Islamic. I actually don't know what that is. It's not gonna affect you at all. If you really wanted to know, you can chat with support on here, but it has no effect by me not knowing. And that's what I mean. There's a lot of things in trading that you do not need to know for you to still be able to make money. Demo no commission. that's basically an account where it doesn't take commission. So the broker takes a fee every trade, right? And clearly this has no commission, so there's no fees on every time you place a trade, but there's a larger spread, which is basically when you place a trade, you get placed a little bit lower or a little bit higher than what your entry is. There's always some little manipulation or something with just the people that's going crazy up at the top or whatever you want to call it. The VIP demo VIP is $100,000 plus. So if you have more funds, you'll have a way better experience on the VIP account. So ECN, easy, just do the regular ECN, whatever currency you actually want, but we're gonna do USD. Boom, create an account created successfully, easy, make a deposit. Boom, deposit. Amount, you can go $2 million, you can go $200, you can go 50,000, anything. And that actually brings me to a key point, which is there is a demo account. People get scammed on a demo account. People screenshot and share demo account profits and act like it's theirs, right? So just a disclaimer, if anybody goes in your DM or shares anything that kind of looks like a trading screen, just know that there is demo accounts in this world, and you can act like you're making a lot of money, but it's a demo account. It's practice money. It's fake money. It's not real. You can do whatever. So just know that. Don't get got. There's been plenty of stories, and I feel bad, and it's just because they're not educated. That's all. So now hopefully you guys know that now. So boom, once you have that, once you put in the amount, you should be good. You should see your account right here, and to the right of it, or if you're on the iPhone, I think you have to scroll, or it should be right next to the demo account. Press trade, it'll send you right to the chart, which I already kind of showed you guys right here, and that's why I wanted to show you guys this after. So let's go back to here, right? So boom, the demo account's right here, the live account's right here. So I'm gonna show you guys how to withdraw and deposit. That was actually supposed to be on day 2, as you can see right here. We were gonna learn what websites and apps I use to see on a daily. So you know, TradingView.com. I use that every single day. I'll get on to the to my setup. I open TradingView. I open what I just showed you guys, my sway markets, and then there's also one more thing that I open, which for you guys, I pay a yearly subscription, or I think it's monthly. It's called Stinu. ST. Let me just type it in the chat. And like I said, I was gonna do this tomorrow, so I had a whole everything prepared for tomorrow. But Stinu is the app that I use to calculate my lot size, which risk management is the number one of the biggest things that you need in trading. You need to know how to risk properly. So, but there's a free version, which I'm gonna send that to you guys in the chat. Boom. That's another huge. And don't worry, I'll send a recap, or my team will send a recap. And one of them is in here. My guy Focus, shout out Focus. He's gonna be helping out for the 3 days, the remaining 3 days. My FS book, perfect. So it's in the chat right there. I graduated from that, I guess, but I started using that website to calculate my risk and calculate the size that I need to put in onto that sway markets dashboard or platform, broker, whatever you want to call it. So boom, and like I said, how to deposit and withdraw your profits, that was on day 2, so we're gonna do that right now. I'll do that for the people tomorrow too. But boom, so live account, what you're gonna do to put real money in, deposit. So there's Bitcoin, you can use I use Bitcoin, but there's USD, Tether, there's Ethereum. So the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum, I only tried Bitcoin. I've only done Bitcoin because it's worked every time. Ethereum is, don't quote me on this, but Ethereum is quicker in terms of getting your money to and from your account. But there's something else that it was different about Bitcoin. It's clearly not. It doesn't. The information doesn't matter for you to like make money and get your money out. So and take your money out. So, and minimum deposit is 50. So I guess also the minimum deposit is just lower. So if you wanted to put in $10, Ethereum would allow you to put in $10 minimum into your account. Pay by card, I will. Well, USD. Let's first go back to USDT, ETH, which is Ethereum. I don't use that either, so I have nothing really to say about that. Like I said, a lot of things you don't really even need to know for you to make money and learn. You can learn that as you go, but I'm getting right to the point of what I do and how I see results. So I do Bitcoin. I tried pay by card. I'll see that would be the easiest, but right now, I think Sway Markets is fixing that up, making it a little better. But I tried that first, just having trouble. So Bitcoin is what I use. So you go to Bitcoin, confirm, right? And you want to put the amount that you want to transfer into your wallet onto this platform, currency USD. You're gonna continue. I'm not gonna do that right now. I mean, I could just to go for it. Let's do a hundred, a very easy number, $100, right? So boom, you're gonna press confirm. Wait for that. Let me get some reactions. If y'all enjoying it, if y'all are learning, if y'all feel like y'all learned one thing, that's good for me. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, I see you. You got a question? Okay. You just reacting? Boom. You get this message right here. You click continue. You raise your hand. Okay. Wait. Put your hand up again. I don't know. It just Brendan. It just went away for some reason. If you had a question, I don't know if you did the same thing. Yeah, I see you, my guy Mike. Hey. So boom, you're gonna get this QR code right here. You're going to, if you have not ever transferred from Bitcoin, I'll just do it right here with you guys. But you're gonna go to Cash App, right? Boom. So I'll just show you since I'm here. You're gonna go to Cash App. I use Cash App. There's Binance. There's what else? Coinbase. There's other platforms, but I use Cash App. I have not had one issue with Cash App to buy Bitcoin and things like that. But I know there's other platforms to buy Bitcoin. But you can go to Cash App, and on all the way to the left, right? It's whatever. All the way to the left, you'll see Bitcoin. You click Bitcoin, right? And you can find a buku amount of videos online about how to buy Bitcoin, right? But I'm just going to show you guys a little demonstration. So like I said, Bitcoin, you're going to buy it, right? I'm not going to buy it right now, but they'll give you an option to put in the amount that you want to buy. If you don't like the options right here, or you want a custom option, you go to the three dots. You put in the exact amount that you want right here. Boom. And from there, once you buy it, it'll be in your Cash App wallet. And then from there, if you see the top right is the QR code scanner, right? The QR code scanner. Look what we have in front of us. We have a QR code. So you're going to scan that QR code with your phone. I don't know what. Yep. So I scanned it. And it takes me here, right? So right here, you're gonna put the amount that you bought. So you're sending Bitcoin, basically. This is what the transaction is. You're scanning the QR code because that's where it's gonna be sent to. So you're sending Bitcoin to the online wallet. So boom, you put in your amount. You click pay, and there's gonna be three options. It's the transfer time. You can do less than 5 minutes. That's like a $3 fee, $5 fee. You know, Cash App takes fees from everything. And then there's like an hour, and then there's a 24-hour, which is no fee at all. So if you want to just wait, go for it. But we're in the world of investing. The fees ain't nothing. You can make that in the market and stuff like that. So boom, that's how you deposit, right? And That's pretty important. You definitely need to know how to put your money in. And guess what's more important? Taking that money out and withdrawing. That's what we here for, to withdraw. My guy Mike, wait, did you mean to raise your hand or no? Good. Okay, cool. So like I said, know how to deposit. Now, how do you get your money? Just give me my money. Let me stop. Withdrawing, right? Right here, boom. Bitcoin, USD, same options. I go with Bitcoin. Have never had an issue. If you know, you know. If you know that meme, it's like a trend or something online. So boom. You would actually have you would have to. So let me back up real quick, right? Before you get to withdraw, you're gonna have to transfer the money from your trading account, boom, here, to your My Sway Markets. The broker and this platform is hand in hand, right? So, say you had $300 in, right, and you're up to $500, right, and you want to take out $200. Yeah, you'll go to internal transfer, right? This is the first step, and you're gonna go to withdraw. So as you can read, well, first sender account. So let's click the only account, and this will pop up. An account will pop up once you have made your live account. Once you have made your real account, it'll give you an option, right? So let's go back to internal transfer. Withdraw. Click your account. It'll have money in it. Withdraw funds from your account to a wallet. So you're gonna take money from your account and put it into here. So how much? Boom, you'll do 200, right? And so you send that. I don't have 200 to withdraw, but after this, right? After this step right here, what will happen? I'll just kind of explain that. Like I said, tomorrow was more for this, so I'll actually go full through. But it'll give you guys a Bitcoin address, and from there, you're going to go back to your Cash App, right? Let's go back to the Cash App. Right here, Bitcoin, Cash App. You're going to go to the triangle. It's like a little share button on Instagram, or like a little triangle, whatever. You're going to do that, and it says receive Bitcoin, right? Once again, plenty of videos on how to withdraw or receive Bitcoin, but like I said, I'll give you guys a demonstration. You receive it, you click it, right? And it's gonna tell you, right here, right? Oh, somebody's joining at the end. Let's see. Let's get them in here. That's tough. My guy Isaiah, welcome. Little tad bit late, but it's cool, cause we got a lot of value to give all the time. But I'll give a recap after, right? But we're talking about how to withdraw your money actually. So you're coming in at a good part right now. If you look at the chat, there's the link. There's a link to what I'm actually talking about right now. I'll send it in for you right now. Of course, you have to make an account first, but this is after you make an account. Then you'll actually be able to put money in and take money out. So we're talking about how to take your money out, actually. So, like I said, you go to Bitcoin, guys. Good? Yeah. Elliot, my pops, you got a question? Or is this like a glitch with people's raising
No, I got a question.
All right.
I want to kind of know about Darren's journey and how he got in so quick and how he made a profit.
Right. After with this withdraw, I'm gonna definitely let Darren speak. So, like I said, go to Cash App, and once you hit the triangle, it says receive Bitcoin, and from there you're gonna share and you're gonna copy, because you're gonna have a Bitcoin address. So if you've never transferred Bitcoin, you get an address, and so you're gonna copy that. And usually what I do, I just email it to myself. Plain and simple, email it to myself. Because it's like 30 characters, different letters, and all that, right? So you definitely want to email it to yourself. You don't want to send money to a random address. So I just copy and paste it, email it, and like I said, after this step would be to put in your address. So boom, you put in your address and you just follow directions from there. It's really simple. It's one more step after that, which is just confirming, and after that you should get it in the same day. That's the best. That's the best thing about trading. You can pay yourself in the same day. You can make the money from the market and pay yourself the same day, and it'll get to your bank account all in the same hour. But it depends how much you're taking out. If you take out hundreds, yeah, you'll probably see your money in less than 30 minutes, less than 15 minutes, right? But when you start getting to the thousands, um, you might see an hour, right? Still amazing. Still, I'll wait an hour knowing I got a paycheck coming. I just went and grabbed money from the market and now I'm paying. It's fine. Hour, 2 hours, yeah, it's fine. So that's how you withdraw, right? Um, let's see. There's really nothing else on here that I really look at, if I'm being honest. Like I said, I'm right to the point. I want to know how to put my money in. I want to know how to take it out. I want to know how to like look at it and track it and stuff like that. So that's that right here. So that's that right there. So now to Darren. I want Darren before we wrap things up. I want Darren to introduce himself and let them know how your journey has been from literally you just started. It seems like yesterday. Yeah, my guy Darren. Wait, let me see if I have to unmute you or give you access.
No, I'm
You
good. I can
cool?
unmute myself. Yeah,
How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah, let
Just
the
chilling.
peoples know how your journey was or how it's going, and just yeah, just it just started, but yeah, let them know a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really like you said. It's all about discipline and stuff. You can like once you learn how to do it, it's not hard to learn how to trade, but where you make the money and where you lose your money at is just like setting guidelines and making a strategy and not going past your strategy, whether that be the amount of trades you do per day or like he probably hasn't got to it yet. He'll get to it soon, but like it's called FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. And you could look at like there's so much money to be made that you're gonna naturally you're just gonna try and just go crazy oh I think it's going here, I think it's going there, and just keep placing trades. But if you do it like that, you'll lose all your money fast.
Right.
And then, yeah, but for me, I mean, I just
So I got
paid
a
attention.
question for you. Not to
Yeah.
cut you. I got a question for you. How were you feeling before you started? Were you like confused? Were you watching a lot of different people? And how did you start out? And then how did you feel like before you got
Uh,
some
b-
guidance?
Before I started, it just seemed really complicated. A lot of like people make it sound so complicated and you got to do this and that, but in reality, it's it's like learning all those special terms and all that doesn't really do much for you if you know how to make money in the market and identify trends and stuff, then you're good. But yeah, so I was before I didn't really know what Forex was. I knew what futures were, which is kind of similar but different. Um but same situation. Like if you're not paying attention, you'll lose all your money ASAP. So unlimited leverage and stuff like that.
Right.
But But yeah, that's another thing. Just making sure you know how much money that you have in each trade is a big part of like my journey so far. Just learning the sizes. You guys don't know what I'm talking about yet,
So
but
let them know. What are you talking about? You have you been able to? I mean, I already kind of shared, but I want you to let them know. Like you've already been able to pay yourself, um, right?
hmm
You can let them know.
oh
But
yeah. So basically, if you make money, if you're up on the day, you don't even have to be up on the day. If you just want to take money out of your account, you can take money out whenever, or if you're up on the day. I don't remember what day it was. I think it was Friday. I made 200 on the day, in 3 trades, and I all I had to do was just that same thing he just showed you with the Bitcoin address and stuff, and I just sent the address, like it asks you how much money you want, and you send it to that address, and then it pops up in your Cash App, and then you can take it out from there. But
Right.
yeah, it's like if you make the money, you can take it out immediately. It's not like you gotta wait till Friday to get paid or something like that.
Right.
Um,
So
it's,
yeah, I got another question for you. So with the guidance that you've been able to get, has that been a how do I say a more narrow path that you've been on rather than learning from X amount of sources since like the guidance? Would you say does
yeah,
it give you a more narrow path to like follow and right to
def,
the point?
definitely, I would say it has. Like when you're looking on YouTube and stuff, there's all sorts of strategies, and different people are gonna say this, and different people like finding these setups and this setup, and if you keep watching all sorts of different videos, then it's just gonna mess your mind up, and like you're gonna be all over the place. You're not gonna know what trades to take and or what setups you like, and it's really about just make it. Trading is like your own personality, so it's if you may trade different than somebody else, and vice versa, but all you have to do is find a strategy or learn a good strategy and get good guidance, and then after
So
that, after that, you gotta just lock in.
right. So piggyback on what he was saying, literally, it can be that simple, right? It can be that simple. I appreciate your testimony, my guy Darren. But it could be that simple with you once you get the information, it's well, first you didn't even know that this information existed, but now it's like, okay, shoot. And I know how to get results now. Now I need to get better at getting the results. And it like I said, it gives you a very narrow how do I say direction on what you have to focus on because like I said there's so much information, so that's what I want to give you guys is one the guidance, right? Even exposing to you guys that the fact that there is a strategy like this, there's a website like this, there's opportunity like this, right? Like I'm sharing in this PowerPoint, there's unlimited money here, all you have to do is get this app right here, this is what I use, this is how you press the it's very 1 2 3, but if it was that easy everybody would be millionaires, right? So that brings what I was saying about the guidance part. And tomorrow, I mean, we'll also talk more on the show results because we have some people showing up later, which is all good, and then some people could not make it, so I'm gonna go over the results, but I'm gonna go deeper because I already shared the results today. um, but it's important to have the right guidance, and even the right guidance is hard to find because everybody thinks everybody admits or thinks they know how to trade, right? So you need people that can show you results. Maybe you need people that can maybe you can actually talk to, because I mean if you watch a video and stuff like that it's cool, but like can you talk to this person, can you ask them a question, can actually interact? So that's one thing I want you guys to just realize and really take advantage of right here. And if you guys have any other questions, just let me know. The Zoom or the Google Meet is gonna be done soon. So if you guys have no questions,
I got a
they
question.
you got a question? All right, what's up,
Yeah.
pops?
Can I trade a specific commodity? Let's say if um, Apple is on fire, can I trade one specific commodity, or have to trade within the network, within the family of commodities?
What do you mean by that?
Like if I wanted to focus on one commodity.
Then you can focus on one commodity. If you
Okay.
wanted to focus on two, you can focus on two. Focus on 90, you can focus on 90.
Okay.
Yeah, you just have to know how to, which is tradingview.com, which I sent in the chat. So for all the new people, I'll send that again. That's joined TradingView, right? That is the how you see all these commodities. But like my personal opinion, stick to one commodity. It's unlimited money here, so you want to catch moves. You don't want to miss out on moves. I made the mistake. It wasn't even a mistake, but I just learned later on that if I look at one pair, I can actually study it. Like this can be my baby, you know, like in a way, in terms of this is the only thing I look at. I can literally study the pattern, I can study the chart, and I can just dissect it. And that's what gold has been, me focusing on one pair, and it's been lovely. You know, it's been lovely. So hopefully that answers. If you wanted to trade just Apple, yes, you could do that. Yes, you can go right here. You can go. You can honestly just click stocks. And yeah, it's the top 3. It's clearly a huge stock. So you could just click that right there. And you're good right here. You could see, and you can see how it's looking. It has little gaps in it and stuff like that. So that's like, you know what I mean? I'm cool. Let me stay away from that. I'm cool. Even people talk about Apple and all that. It's fine. Look at gold. Look how that thing look. Easy. Oh, maybe to me. Like I said, I'll get into the charts in the different days. But if nobody has any other questions, we're gonna wrap up day 1. This is a little foundation. You know, all the real juicy stuff is well, this is super juicy, but there's even more juicy, like tender steak. Let me stop. But the day 2, 3, and 4 definitely are the live demonstrations that I really get into the chart. I really explain some my concepts. So you get an email from the team with more information, and yeah, I appreciate you guys. And for the next calls and stuff like that, you guys can chat. Damn it. All right, we're gonna get started. Welcome back to day 2. Day 1 was a success. A lot of people learned some valuable things, the foundation of Forex, and I realized that a lot of people actually already know about a little bit about trading. So it's still good to get a bare basis and everything of what trading is and what you can even trade and how big the market is. So all that information is also really good to know. Even if you already know, it's already good to get a recap, should I say. But I updated the schedule because we did, if you were here yesterday, we got into day 2 a little bit on day 1. How you doing, Rasha? Welcome. Darren, welcome. So yeah, we got into some things, some day 2 things on day 1. So I'm like, let me actually give some more value today. And we won't actually have the meeting cut out on us. I fixed that. So it cut out last time, mid-sentence, but it is what it is. I fixed it, so that's not going to happen again. So let's get started. Hope you guys are doing great, though. Today is definitely going to be more hands-on. So let me pull up the list. Boom, boom, boom. And hang in there with me, guys. This is my first ever boot camp. I am literally implementing what Grant is teaching, and I'm not thinking twice. It makes too much sense to give value, and here I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I do, actually, but not too much. But like I said, I'm still fairly new, so it's definitely going to get way better every day. So, okay, there we go. I found it. All right, boom. Let's share the screen. Why is it not? Give me a second, guys. How you doing, Glenn? Welcome, Glenn. He found his way over here. Let's see. I don't know why this is not popping up. Excuse the delay. I don't know why it's not popping up. Here it is. All right, let me share my screen. Sorry for that, guys. Once they give me a hard time. Boom. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of on the left hand side and also on the right hand side. If you guys did not get the email today, it's usually in the it's saying for some people it's in the spam. it's in the spam, right? So check spam for the future days because it could be going in there. Some people did not get the emails, but it could be going into spam. Alrighty, we need to fix that too. If anybody knows how to just automatically let people in, we'll do that for next time. Zay, how you doing? Welcome. You made it just in time for day 2. Zay, I'm gonna invite you guys to my trading group first. So I'm gonna send that to you guys right now, and this is where I'm gonna be. All the students that's actually enrolled in my coaching program, which I'll get into later, are all in. Just it's an open community for everybody. So click that link in the chat right there, and that's where I'm gonna be every single day. That's where the live trading sessions, where I'm profiting live, showing all my strategies, all that stuff for my peoples in that link right there. So that's good. Let me go out of there. So join that. So I taught you guys how to deposit and withdraw yesterday, but we're gonna go over it today again, and I might actually deposit some real money and stuff so you can see the whole process. So let's go into the My Sway markets. And once again, guys, I did day 1, a foundation of trading and Forex and stuff like that. I have the recording. So if you go to my website, kdizzy.net, it's also in chat. You can subscribe to the email or put your email in here. Either way, just put your email and the team will make sure we send you the recording for day 1 so you can maybe look back at the day 1 material, because now we're moving forward. So let's go to deposit, right? Go to Bitcoin, confirm, right? And let's just do any amount, right? I'm gonna do $160 right now, right? Boom, continue. You're gonna confirm, and this is how you, with any money that you maybe get from a job, from an investment, from stock, like other areas where you have money, you're gonna want to deposit it this way. So once it confirms, we'll be good. Boom. It's gonna go to this area right here. It shows you the commission that it took, broker fees and stuff like that. You're gonna press continue, right? Let's go over here. Okay, and once this QR code pops up, let me switch this real quick. Boom, that's perfect. Hey, yeah. So once this QR code pops up, you're gonna wanna go to Cash App and buy Bitcoin, right? So I'm gonna put in 160. I'm gonna put in 165, right? Pay. Oop. Almost paid somebody 165 instead of putting in Bitcoin. Somebody's lucky day. Let's buy Bitcoin. 165. And I put a little bit over what I'm gonna send because, like I said, they take fees. So you just want to consider the fees. So boom. Wait for that. Boom. Purchase right there. Done. And once you get this process down, this is super seamless. You can become a robot. This is exactly what you do. You don't have to do anything else. This is the exact process that you do if you want to get money into your trading account and then multiply your money with this skill. So this is the foundation. So boom, I have it now. Like I said last time yesterday, at the top right, you can see it's like a, let me go a little closer.
You put some long pants. I like that. You're getting cold, huh?
Hold on,
I was talking to my wife. I got cold as I was talking to my wife. She's like,
let's mute real quick. Okay, boom. Scan the QR code. You want to send the amount. Boom, 160, right? And then, like I said, there's 3 options. The first one is priority, so you can get it in as quick as 10 minutes. The other one is 2 hours, or the third one, standard, is 24 hours, no fee, but the priority has a $3.62 fee. So that's that. Confirm, confirm your face. Boom. You should get this right here. You initiated withdrawal of blank BTC. Perfect, right? You should be here. You should have no more money in your account. That means that it's sending here. Now it's starting that process. So that's cool right there. So I'm gonna wait, and by the end of, or by just a little bit later, we're gonna come back and we're gonna see that it's already in here and stuff like that. So let's just move forward. Right. So we're now gonna learn the exact process that I do on a day-to-day basis from every Monday through Friday. I would already have deposited my money, so now you guys know how to do that. Now, next up, open up TradingView. I already have it bookmarked. I bookmark everything. I want to make my process as seamless as possible. From just clicking one button, open up the chart, clicking up the other button, I open up the platform that allows me to trade, and boom, I already have my strategy, and I'm in and out. I don't know if you guys follow my Instagram. Some people are from different platforms and things like that, but I show that I make my money in a very quick time, right? And so now I'm kind of, how do I say it, super bougie. I don't like to be on the chart a lot. A myth that a lot of people I hear is that traders stare at the chart for 8+ hours, or like just their whole day and stuff like that. Some people, yes, they do stare at the chart. Me personally, I don't like that. You know, I got other things to do. I got business to run. I got my family to hang out with, stuff like that. We got life to live. So I'm gonna teach you guys how to ultimately, one, be independent from trading, but two, how to be in and out in less than 30 minutes average in any skill level. So boom, tradingview.com. I'm copying this for all the new people coming in. So this is gonna send you to gold, but if you wanted to just look at a different pair, you would just come over here to the top left, go home. Oops, I don't know why I clicked canceled. You go to leave, boom. You come to search right here, click that, and voila, you can look up anything you want. After that, like I said before, go to your platform that you downloaded, Sway Markets or Sway Charts. This is apparently wrong, so let me get my info. But once you get your info, you should be all good. And then I'm actually gonna place a trade today. I'm gonna place a trade and show you guys how easy it is to see a result. But I didn't say it was easy to trade and become successful. I just said it's easy to see a result. And I definitely know a lot of stories of people who, okay, that's not my information. I know a lot of people that have learned a bunch of trading but never put in their actual a trade. You know, they just learn, and that's just not what we're gonna do. So, and I don't know why it's not hold the phone. But any questions so far while I open up and find my username, which is not working. Any questions so far? We haven't got really into the deep on chart stuff, but so far, cool. Everybody good? Cool. All right, so right here, once in this area right here, once there'll be something in here, and that means that the Bitcoin transfer has indeed confirmed and everything's all good, and then we will be able to see it in here fairly soon after. So I'm actually confused why my account's not popping up. Oh, way to make me look good, man. Way to make me look good. Nah, let me go to, I'm definitely not doing it on this right here, I'll tell you that much. Not on this account. So I have 2 funded accounts, you guys. Which part of trading has been the hardest to grasp? That's a good question. I'd say, okay, for me personally, it's been how being patient. I learned very quickly some very advanced stuff. I'd say literally my first day trading, shout out Ja, because without this advanced information I wouldn't be sitting here saying this. But the first day that I got into trading, I was on the charts, and this is everything I'm saying I want to do exactly for you guys as well. That's what I do. I'm only gonna do what I learned. So I was already on the chart. I was learning strategies. I was being shown the strategies play out in my face all on the first day. So I knew it was gibberish, like it was gibberish, right? But I understood, okay, if I'm learning from somebody that's has years in the game and he teaches already a bunch of students already, I'm just gonna sit here and soak it up, and I'm gonna keep applying the stuff that he just taught, and I know I'm gonna get it. But in the beginning was definitely the most like, wow, I don't know anything you're saying, but like I said, with the mindset knowing that this is golden material, I stuck it through, and it's 2 years later or 3 years later, I'm doing the same exact thing. So yeah, so I would say the beginning, literally the beginning, um, was the hardest. But after that, it's been rinse and repeat. It's been rinse and repeat. Um, and honestly, yeah, I got blessed. I can't lie, because my mindset has been very like shaped from the jump. So I did not fall into any traps that so many other traders fall into, with fear of missing out, and fear of loss, fear of being wrong, the things like that. I already was aware about that from the jump, so I didn't even have to. Of course, I had to experience things, but like I already knew that this was a thing. So if I fell into fear of missing out, I'm like, I did learn about this, So I was aware about these pit holes and stuff like that. That's why I was saying, like, me being super advanced early on, but I didn't have the experience level of my advanced education. It really like it. I went in the deep end really quick. I went to the deep end really quick, but honestly, that's a blessing. Like I said, with the right mental fortitude, yeah, it's a blessing to just jump right in, right? So, yeah, that's a good question though. Let me try this right here. Sorry for the delay, guys. I don't know why. Let me just try this. Yeah, what? It's probably one. Let me try this right here, guys. Okay. Alright. This is gonna work. Watch. How much you wanna bet? Watch. I told you. It wants me to go on my funded account. I don't want to go on my funded account and put a random trade, but this is one thing I'm also teaching in my coaching program, that if you don't have access to a lot of funds, then you can actually gain access to funded accounts. They're called prop firms. You can get 100K. You can get up to $400,000 worth of funds, and there's a certain parameters that you have to follow. Like, you can't lose a certain amount per day. You can't lose a certain amount overall. You have to hit a certain target goal, and basically show that you're a good trader and worthy enough to trade this much capital. And then once you get to the second phase, which is the live, you actually get profit split. It could be 80-20, it could be 90-10, depending on the company, right? So I have 100K one, and then I have a 200K, so that's 300K altogether. And so that's why I'm saying this skill, right? Even if you don't have that much live money, you still now, because you know what a prop firm is, you have a live direction and live, like, you have a focus point. Okay, I'm going to make sure I know how to do I want to make sure I know how to pass the challenge of a prop firm, because this is what's gonna get me quick access to large capital. It's called a prop firm. So if you take one thing from this Zoom, take down what a prop firm is and do some research on different companies. You would thank me later. So let's check if our withdrawal has came in. It should have. I did the 10-minute one. Let's see in Cash App. Let's go to Cash App and check. Yep. So okay, right here, this is good though, at least. So it says pending, right? So at least it actually got your payment, right, when it says pending. I don't know if you guys can see, but that thing right at the top, it says pending. So that's how you know it came, and it's here, and it's all in the system. So you don't have to worry, even though if it doesn't immediately go through in 10 minutes, don't worry, it's still gonna come. So let's go to the next. So put in a trade, yes. So I'll go and show you guys while we wait my 7 confirmations. I'm not gonna go into deep detail. That will be if you scroll down And this is, I sent this in the email. So like I said in the beginning, check your spam if you're not getting these emails, right? But if you come down here on Thursday, November 14th, I'm actually breaking down my strategy that has gotten me 78+% win percentage, right? And that's crazy, right? So I'm gonna show you guys on the chart right here a little breakdown though, but not a deep dive, because that will take that's a whole section in itself. But the fact right here, what you guys are looking at right here, let me blow this up, and you guys can take pictures if you want. I would. Like I said, my biggest thing in the beginning was I was getting a lot of advanced information. You probably don't know what to do with it right now, but that's why you continue to come back to the source. And but this is literally all you need in your trading journey. You need to learn the skill, and from there you know how to multiply money, period. Like, you know how to multiply money at a high percentage, and you can't, that's priceless. So number one, institutional candle, right? That is something you will learn, but this is an area of interest, right? This is an area of interest. Here, let me take this out right here. Let me go to the 4 hour. Let me make this just a little bit neater for you guys. I'm on the low time frame, so it can look very chaotic down there sometimes. So let's just go to the boom. All right, yeah. So boom, institutional candle and imbalances. I teach that in my program, and I have 4 or 5 videos me going deep in detail about how to find it, what is it, and how to profit off of it, and advice to my beginner self on this concept alone. Number one. Number two, did you peep higher time frame? That is market structure or multi time frame analysis, in other words. And on my my coaching program, I have it labeled as multi time frame analysis. If you see at the top left, oh, I already have one over here. I see. Let me get my handy dandy arrow down here. Boom. So if you see at the top right, you see the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, all the way up to 1 month. So if you did not know, you can change the view of any chart, any currency, any commodity in time frames. So did you peep higher time frames, aka multi time frame analysis? I'll write it down for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. Multi time frame analysis, right? I don't know if I spelled that right. It don't matter though. We here to make money. Nah, just fine. I know I spelled that right. I went to Brighton High School. But so yeah, multi time frame analysis. That's what it looks like. So you start. What that means is you start from the top to the bottom. I'm not gonna go into deep detail, but like I said, I still give. Oh, I did not mean to do that. But I'm still gonna give you guys a rundown. But you start from the top, and then you work your way down. A lot of people get confused with what any chart is doing, because they're instantly going to look at the 1 hour, but they don't even know that they're looking at a 1 hour time frame, right? So you have to be aware that there's different time frames that you can look on, and you want to start from the highest one so you can kind of see the bias. You want to get the bias, or in other words, the trend that people say, but it's a directional bias. It's a bias in a certain direction. So boom, weekly, you can see it looks a little different, and every candlestick, the blue and red patterns that you see, is worth 1 month or 1 week, or it's 1 day, whatever time frame you're hovering on. That's 1 week worth of data, right? And we're on gold, so this is one right here. This candlestick right here is 1 week worth of data from this price to this price. This is what it's been doing, right? So go down to daily. As you can see, it looks a little different every time you switch. 16 hours, it looked different. 8 hour, 4 hour, right? Looks completely different. So that is number 2. It's so important because, like I said, it just looks like a whole mess here. It looks like chaos on this chart right here. But the whole goal is to organize all this chaos, because there really is there's a way of looking at it. There's a systematic way, a systematic approach, and it repeats itself over and over. So if you learn how to organize this chaos, you can use it to your advantage. So let's go back to the highest time frame. Let's go back to the rules. So number 3, market structure. So once you have a bias, right? Once you have a bias, and let's check our okay, it still hasn't come through. Timing also has a part in how long this transfer takes. Like it's 7 p.m. The markets usually are slowed down, but still it should still be here within 4 minutes or something. It should be in here soon. So let's keep looking at this though. Boom. Where is it at? Okay, right here. So market structure, right? Number 3. And tell me if I'm going too quick, guys, because I don't know what you guys know. I don't know what you guys are grabbing onto. If you have questions, feel free, because I can just keep on going. So if you do not understand anything, do not be afraid to raise that hand or type in the chat, okay? Because I can keep on going and going. So like I said, market structure. Why is this thing always so far? Okay, there we go. Let's just drag it back so we can see it. So let's just take this for example, and as you see, I have this tool right here, or it's a favorites toolbar. So that's also I give my favorites toolbar in my coaching, where I show every tool that I use that just helps me, and I save all the extra BS for the birds, right? I just get to the point. And right here, the highlighter tool, if you go to the left, it's in this category right here under brushes, and then it's the second one, highlighter. This is good for highlighting structure, number 3. So let's start right here at a low point. Let's start right here. Boom. Right? This is a low point. This is market structure. Of course, I don't expect you guys to get this, but this will be broken down deeply. And like I said, my coaching program, you can replay the video over and over, and I'll go over that with you, help you find different scenarios. But here, I'm just showing you guys a little taste of how to really predict this market. Boom. This is a low right here. Let's start right here with the next high, right? What's next? Another low. But in this case, we're going to call this a higher low. Reason why is because this low right here, where my arrow is higher than this low, right? So it's a high, low, higher low, and then let's go up. Nope, this isn't higher, so I'm not going to consider that as nothing. I'm going to start it right here. This is the next high, so I'm going to mark this as another high. That's a higher high, right? And you're going to do the same thing. Boom, come down right here. Let's see what's lower though. So right here, there is a thing called equal lows. Okay. What the heck just happened? So all it is if you scroll really close in, they basically almost touch, but it's kind of clear that, oops, my mouse is like double clicking for some reason, so makes it a little extra tough to click things normally. But this is the low right here, if you really see. But there are times when there is an equal low point, and you'll just mark that as an equal low. Rarely that rarely happens, but in this case, I happen to find that in front of you guys. So let's keep going. That's a next low. Let's continue the same pattern. This is now the new high, in my opinion. Yes, this is a high right here, but this is higher until it came back down to this low, right? And the same pattern continues, right? Up here. But as you can see, this is live what the chart's doing right here, and it seems like it's trading past this low that if we would have marked before we seen that it's trading lower, we would have been like, okay, cool. But this basically means it's breaking structure, but we'll get into that later. But let's go back to what we just marked. What I'm telling you right here, I went and studied myself. Once I learned, oh, this is kind of like a little staircase. Like in my head, it was kind of like a staircase going up. And it's also, you can apply the same thing for a downwards or bearish market, right? It's kind of like boom, it starts for the low, high, Actually, I can just do it over here. I don't have to redo it. Let's get a text let's get a text right here. Let's add a text, and you guys could take a picture of this once this is finished, because this same thing that I'm about to teach, you guys can take this after and apply it and find market structure your own and be like, okay, you'll have a bias, and you can make money with just this tool right here, or just this strategy, market structure. Where's high? Boom, right here. Okay, why is my mouse giving me a hard time? High, why is that so small? Let's make that a little lower, or a little bigger. Boom. Let's do lower, wait, higher low, I meant higher low, right? You see that? And all we're gonna do now is copy this and drag that. We don't have to keep doing that. I'll explain, don't you worry. Right? So, and like I said, take a picture of this, because this is the market structure for when things are buying. So if it has this structure, that means the chart is buying. So you want to be looking at whatever pair that you're looking as a buy. I want to get in as a buy, right? So let me explain. And it's very simple. Like I said, once you practice this, it's you're not going to see markets the same. Boom, you find a low point, right? Low, high, higher low, higher high, a higher low right here, higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So currently you can see it's actually trading lower. So we're actually experiencing a reverse. It's breaking structure. So it just confirmed it. And this is already, I need to mute that whenever somebody comes in. I'll do that next time. But like I said, it's a reversal. Let me get this arrow right here. This is what I do every time it reverses a structure. And see, I'm getting too deep into market structure, but it's just happening in my face. The market does not wait for anybody. It's 24/7 or 24/5, Monday through Friday, and it always is doing stuff. So you can always predict it. You can always see what it's doing already. Boom. So let's save that for day 4, right? But like I said, take a picture of this, and we're gonna find a opposite trend, and I'll have you guys take a picture of that as well. And I'll tell you guys with the picture, go ahead and go on TradingView on any pair, any chart. I'll say any Forex pair, and find market structure for yourself. If you want to do a little extra homework, extra credit, if you want to really know how to trade, like I said, find market structure. That will put you ahead of the game already. Free gem right there. You don't need to. Okay, everybody wants to join now. Okay, you're right. All right, welcome everybody. I love everybody coming in even later, because guess what? There's gems all the time. So we're talking about market structure right now. If you want to take a picture right here, this is when the market is buying. It will make structure like this, and you can predict it or look at it or view it like a low, making a new high, making a higher low, making a higher high, and things like that. That's how you know it's buying. So let's actually just stay where we are. Boom, look at this is currently happening with gold right now. Let's actually start from the top. This is gonna be when it's selling, and you're gonna be like, oh, that makes sense, right? So let's just get our highlighter tool. A high, low, a higher low, or a lower high. This is a high, but it's lower than this previous high, right? Boom. I can't say this is a low, but I see this being a low. And one thing that helped me in my journey is knowing how to operate TradingView. So on the left, or on the right hand side is the price, and if you drag it up and down, you can make the candlesticks a little bit more vertical, so you can see the chart a little better. That's been an underrated, big time bonus for me, knowing how to make TradingView work for my eyes. Like I don't do well when it's looking like this. You know, like I can't really predict anything. I can't read anything. So yeah, drag your chart vertical so you can really see what it's doing. So let's go back to what I was talking about. Alrighty. Welcome all new people. We're talking about market structure in day 2, showing results, how to actually see results. We're on the charts. I'm showing my daily process on when I wake up at 8 o'clock. I open up trading view and I do these strategies. I'm not going too deep into the strategies, but it may seem like it, but I'm giving you guys a surface level of the how to see results and the strategies, which are right here, number 1 through 6. And there's 7 right here, but that's a little extra bonus one. But look at these top 6 right here. That's what we're talking about. We're on number 3 right now, market structure. And don't worry, I have a recording for everybody, so you guys can take notes and anything you missed. So let's get right back to it. So this is a high, this is a low, this is a lower high, right? This is a lower low, this is a lower high because it came up. This is right here, but it's lower than this. Then boom, came all the way down right here. What is this? A lower low, right? Boom, come all the way up. It came here, boom, a lower high. And this is live, so I can apply this information, and then after I know the bias, I can get in the trade. And that's all you need to do to see a result. And you can make money just by, that concept of market structure. Accurately, yes, depending on different variables, but yeah, you could definitely have a better chance than just a 50-50 gamble like many people do. So if you come down here, this is a new lower low. I'll put the tags on it, but I just want you guys to see that this is a pattern, right? Boom, 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 boom. This one right here, we're gonna mark as a low, and this is live right here, guys. This is, if you see to the right, it says 23.45. That shows you that, and if you look at the top, we are on the hour, 1H, 1 hour, right? So every hour, a new candle forms. So we're now predicting and reading the chart where the chart is currently at. So like I said, you can profit just from knowing now what it's going to do, because we predict as professionals, as people that actually want to be consistently profitable, because you can make a bunch of money, right? And you can just lose it, right? Because you don't know how to maintain. But we're here to maintain the consistency and profitability. So we like to actually know why we get in trades and stuff. So if you see the pattern that's going on live, let's get my arrow. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Let's get this right here, right? Right, we said this was a lower low, a lower high, lower low, lower high. Well, guess what's the next? Can anybody guess? Type in the chat, and let me read chat. Thanks. Have a previous engagement. I appreciate you. Thanks. Have a previous. Michelle, I don't think I know what you mean by that. So if you can retype what you mean by that, that'd be great. But does anybody have any guess on what could possibly happen next? Based on the structure that we just talked about. Let's zoom out a little bit. So let's actually put some text for you guys, because I should not expect you guys to know anything. I want you guys to see everything visual. I'm a visual learner. I've seen what I'm about to show you guys a bunch of times. So I see this chart now like my baby, like I can scope out structure with ease, and you guys will be able to, if you guys take the time to actually apply this market structure concept to you guys' resume or regimen. Teacher Ken, you do it all. Oh, thank you. It's gonna buy or go back up. So I'm gonna get to that. So this is a lower high. Boom. Where's the lower high? Okay, why did it go over here? Lower high. See, my mouse is just giving me a hard time. Lower high. There we go. Right? Lower high. And then what's next? What do you guys think what's next? You can type it. You can say it in your head. You can unmute yourself. Whatever. It does not matter as long as you guys are participating and not just quiet, right? Lower low, boom, you guessed it, lower low, right? So now that same pattern repeats. Lower, so high, a low. This is a lower high, lower low, lower high, right? Lower low, and it just repeats. Like I said, I'm teaching you guys how to be robots because 5% is the strategy. So once you learn the strategy, you do it all. You literally do it over and over and over. I come to the market and I do the same thing, right? The thing that is different might be my emotions, might be my mental, like, and other things. But I come to the market and do the same thing. So I don't know why it keeps duplicating both of those. Right? So to answer your question, Ness, it's going to sell, right? With this prediction, it's going to make another lower low. Why? Because if you see the structure that now, let's put this over here. Let's put this over here. So if you see the structure, now that I put the visuals, now you can probably see like a pattern. Right? There's lows. You see the pattern, right? Like a stair, but it's going downwards, right? And so if we continue that same structure, right, we're just here live. So it's currently right here, but that's why we predict. So we could sell right here. And this is a tool that I use every single day. Either this or this, right? And this one, let's start with the one on the left. This one's called a short position. So with day trading, Forex, things like that, you can buy and sell. A lot of people that talk about stocks or crypto or other things, they just only talk about buying, right? And they're like, what if it crashes or things like that, which they mean, what if it goes down and sells? Well, you can get in on a sell. So this is the tool that you use if you want to get in as a sell. The middle line between the blue and the red is your entry, right? And you can see it by double clicking. And it says right here, the entry price right here. I don't use the top three. I don't really look at that. I have other things to calculate my risk and stuff like that. But the entry price 2599.77. You can also see that on the right hand side. And then let's drag this to the side. You can drag it like this. And so the red would be your stop loss. Has anybody heard of a stop loss before? Type in the chat. Raise your hand. No. Well, you guys definitely want to know what a stop loss is. It's basically once you've downloaded your platform and stuff like that and put in a trade. And like I said, I'll probably put in a trade for you guys. Yeah, I'll probably put in a trade for you guys here. I gotta take a sip of some water. A little dry down here. But this helps you automatically get out of the trade without you having to be there. This is the number one cause. Okay, sorry about that. My mouse is double clicking. This is the number one cause of why people might lose their whole account, or just a lot more money than they want. It's because they do not have a stop loss in place, or they don't have a mental stop loss. Me as a scalper, I'm in and out, like I said, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, 10, whatever, short. So I'm mentally having a stop loss, right? But until you get to that point, you need to have a stop loss. So right here, you can, well, this is, you, as much as you need a stop loss, you need the same thing for when you profit. You want a target that you're looking for, and you can configure it by just dragging this right here, right? So if you want to take out your money as soon as it reaches this low, because if you see the pattern, right, we can kind of guess or think or predict that it's gonna make a lower low. So if you want to put your profit right here, right, and if you want to put your stop loss maybe right here, right, something like that. This is not the best setup. Clearly it's a 0.57 risk to reward, which if you can see in the middle, if you know ratios, a 1-to-1, right, you're risking your original amount of money. So let's say it's $500, right? You can risk $500, and if you catch a 1-to-1, you made $500. So you made the same original amount. So you can actually see your risk to reward ratio based on your stop loss, your entry, and things like that. So you should know how much you're risking, how much you're gonna make, and how much you can lose. You should know that before you get in a trade, right? So this tool tells you that, and it's called the short position, right? And then the whole thing that I just explained, it's the same thing for when you buy, which is called longing in investing world. It's called longing. So it's called a long position. And if you go, let's see, if you go to the left hand side, it's over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the fifth one down. Hit the arrow. Forecasting and measurement tools. It's the first two ones. Long position and short position. I don't use any other one. I don't really need it. I've never used it. I used the anchored VWAP before. But yeah, so that's two tools that are key. So many people don't even know about that tool, but I've used it my whole career and I will never not use it. So short position and long position, and that's how you calculate your stop loss, which is what we were talking about right up here, right, with stop loss. And then Stenu, we talked about this day one, but I'll get more into detail. Stenu is a platform that I use that I pay for, but I shared with you guys another site that I started with that is free on how to calculate your lot size and everything, because like I said, you do not want to lose money, more money than you want, so you want to know how much you're risking before you get in. So these are the websites that you use. Do you have a stop loss even though your mental stop loss is like 15 minutes max? So yeah, I have a stop loss, a mental stop loss, because I'm on the 1 minute, right? So let's give a little example, right? Let's see. So we can see currently right now, and I'm gonna look to get in a trade too, so I can show you kind of like how I really go about it live in effect. So let's just see real quick what it's doing, just so at least I can show you green profit instead of red, right? All right, let's see. Let's instantly go to the rules. Let's give you guys some sauce, like a live action. Boom. Look, number one, institutional candle. I'll show you guys right here. I see one. Like I said, I'm not gonna get deep into it. That's in the future. That's day 4, right? And also taught every single day and shown every single day in the coaching program. Boom. I see institutional candle right there. Market structure. We kind of see that it's well, we wanted to buy. My bias will be or sell. My bias will be for it to sell. But guess what? There's a third direction that the chart moves in. There's not only 2, there's 3, right, in the investing world, and it's sideways. It's sideways, right? And it's not literally sideways, right? But it looks sideways. And when it looks sideways, which we're seeing it right now, this is why I'm bringing it up. It looks, can we all agree that it kind of shows that it's, little, yeah, I see some thumbs up from my guy, Mike. So yeah, it looks plateauish, right? So what we call that is consolidation. So I have a tool for that. I have a rectangle that I highlight. And I see the reaction. I see you, Brendalyn. Boom, right? Consolidation. That's basically when there's a bunch of orders being placed and the market is fizzling out and seeing basically what it wants to do, right? It's kind of just doing some BS. I leave it alone. It's very wonky, should I say. It's very confusing. It's a very chaotic phase. There's really not a lot of structure, because if you really break structure down, right? High, low, there's a lower high, a higher low, a lower, boom, boom, boom. You see, like, it's not very clear right now. Let's see. It's not, it's wonky. So I like to stay out of it, and that's currently what's going on. So the bias right now is a little, I wouldn't even trade. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't even trade here. I also wouldn't trade because look at the time, 7:48 p.m., which brings me to number 4. Excuse me. session number 4, session time session. So if you guys were here day 1, I showed you guys the website. Baby Pips Forex market hours. I will send it for all new people today. But this is also something that I naturally do every single day. I don't have to think about it, but I just apply this every single day, which is the time zone. Every pair, there's 4 different sessions in the Forex market. It's the Sydney session, the Tokyo session, the London session, and the New York session. What the heck? So the New York session is for the USD pairs, right? It has a volatile time to trade USD pairs, and it's basically when every person that trades USD wants to participate. Same with London. If you drag this thing right here, it opens at 8 a.m. right? Their time, right? But in US or EST, it's 3 a.m. right? But that's not New York session. And then for Tokyo, our 7 p.m. is when they open. So like I said, just around the world, different time. There's different times when their currency is moving way quicker, and that's the best time to trade. So it's 7:50 p.m. right, and you can clearly see it's over on the red side. So it's not moving the best. And hey, you can either take my word for not trading in the time when it's not basically in the green, right? You can either hear me out, or you can see for yourself that it's just not moving the best. So like I said, time session, I always make sure. I had to learn the hard way, right? But when I actually traded the US dollar when it was needed to be traded, which is 8 a.m., right? I seen why people kept saying that. The moves are way bigger. The chart flows quickly, right? And I'm going to add on something that I wasn't even going to do. But I use one indicator that changed the whole game for me, right? And I'm a technical trader, right? There's a lot of people online that talk about indicators. It's not, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you know how to trade, right, with technical analysis, and then you add on indicators, you're just even more of a better trader. So I'm gonna put you guys on to my one and only, the only one that I really use. It's called Kill Zones. Right here, if you type in, let's go back. If I did it too quick, right at the top, indicators, right? Click it. It wouldn't be under favorites. It'll be where you guys like start off. You type in Kill Zones, boom, Kill Zones, and it should have Oscar VS 1729. I think that's how many people installed it. If you want to take a picture, go for it. Like I said, this is just like a little extra, but this is big. So Kill Zones, boom, and let me turn that on for you guys and show you a little brief. So if you see the screen and you see these white vertical lines, right? This now shows when New York session opens on the chart. So it shows at 8 a.m. every day, this white slither shows up, and that means that it's open. New York session is open, and I'm going to show you a common occurrence right after it opens, right? How do I make the white bar 8 a.m.? Great question. So if you go top left right here, you're going to hover over Kill Zone, go to the 3 dots, right? I don't know why it's not doing that. Okay, cool. So then go to settings, style, copy mine. Copy mine right here. Take a picture of this, right? Once again, this might not make sense right now, but with further guidance and things like that, this is literally the whole blueprint. It's just learning the blueprint. You know what I mean? So that's that.
Do I gotta put inputs too?
Let me see. Just make sure New York session is on, but you could turn on everything. But you want to see the white one. But yeah, turn on everything. But just know the white is New York session. I think I actually have the other, like the red. Let me actually get this. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see. Kill Zone. Kill Zones. All right, yeah, perfect. So I have. You can also write this down, or take a picture of this. So the red is Tokyo session. Whenever you see a red vertical bar happen, that means the Tokyo session is now open. Yellow is the London, right? And gray is New York. Wait, it's white. I switched this. Let me actually get the other one. Kills all pairs. Oh yeah, these are some currencies that you can trade in the Tokyo session, London session. So you don't only have to trade 8 a.m. right? You can trade in London session, and GBP JPY is one pair that goes crazy in London session. So you can literally trade all day every day. But my advice would be is make sure you're in the right session so you can play with the sharks. Be with the whales, right? Don't trade when it's super slow, it's super like wonky, like it is right now, right? Wait till it's open, wait till it's in its respectful field, because you don't have to do too much. You can get in, get out, call it a day, have fun with your kids, your family, your passions. So yeah, boom. That goes right to number 5, which we already talked about, which is protect capital mindset, right? And that's risk management. That is, let's go over here. That's stop loss, right? That's your stop loss. That's you, right? Which is making sure that you're thinking risk management. Don't go over leveraging and stuff like that. Let me check to make sure to see if it went through. I'm not gonna lie, this is the longest this is the longest it's taken to withdraw or like deposit my money. So this is interesting. Let me see if it's even interesting. Well, good thing we have 2 more days, so it's probably gonna be here by tomorrow, and we could probably get in trades and stuff like that ASAP. But yeah, that's interesting. But let's see. So yeah, we go back to the chart, and we're on number 5. Like I said, risk management. I showed you the position size calculator. I'll kind of go over it with you guys. You pick your pair right here. Any pair that you trade, you search it through here, right? I mean, let's do something different than what I do. GBP USD. You can type that in right there. Perfect. USD account size. Put your whatever your account size is. Let's say it's $1,000, right? Right, $1,000. How much you want to risk? I personally would suggest 1 to 3%, or 1 to 5%. But 1 to 3 is like, okay, like you can really learn, without losing a lot of money, ever, because you're 1 to 3%. So let's just do 3%. Stop loss, and this is why you go calculate it with the tool, short position or long position, right? And if you see at the top, it says stop 0.39, right? And I only look at the number right above the 39. That's 3 pips, right? That's 3 pips. And that's 4 pips, right? That's 5 pips. So that's how you calculate gold and things like that. But if we go to GBP USD, because that's what we're actually trying to calculate, we'll do the same thing, get our short position. As you can see, look, it looks different. This is why I'm showing this, because it looks different. And I just got the email. As you can see that icon, Cash App. About time. I literally, come on, you're making me look bad in front of my people. What are you doing? I'm just saying. But yeah, it went through. So we should now have our account. And as you guys can see, the chart is literally, we're on the 1 minute. This is really advanced, right? So don't get used to it. Like, I'm not gonna put any limit on you guys and what you guys can learn, but I am gonna make a disclaimer that this is really a hard territory. A lot of people don't trade on the 1 minute, right? This is just a lot quicker. You see the result quick. So you can see right now it's moving pretty quick, and I will tell you right now, all you have to do is catch this type of move, right? You could pay your rent with this bill, or I said. You could pay a rent with this bill. You could pay your rent with this move. If you caught it right here, right? And if you caught just this much right here, all I'm going to say is with the right risk amount, all you have to do is catch that move once a day or once a week. And that could be, depending on your risk, that can pay your bills. That could pay your mortgage. That could pay a rental Airbnb, like down payment. like I said, right? So just want to keep that in your head. So make sure you calculate the stop loss. It's different with everyone. This is 5.7. Let's just put 5.7 or 6 to round up. Boom. Trade lot size. Let's keep it 1. I think that's the right one. We'll find out. Calculate. Boom. So as you can see, the results, $30 you will be risking. Units, that's nothing relevant right now. Right here is what you want. Sizing 0.5 lots. This is exactly what you will be putting into here, right? This is key, right? Boom. You just press the arrows up to like switch it, or you can type in numbers, right? 8. You could do whatever, but let me not do that. Let me delete that. 0. What was it? 5. Let's go back. Yep, 0.5 lot, and that is how you're going to calculate how much you're gonna risk. Let's just go back. 0.125. Boom. But this is on XAU USD, but I'm showing you where. Oh my God, look at what gold's doing right now, y'all. Do y'all not see this? I don't like. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Hold on, I might say forget this. I need to make some money right in front of y'all right here. So let's go to Forex Factory, right? This is another website. If you guys weren't here day one, there actually are reasons on why the chart goes so crazy, and it's the news in the world, and like, you know what I mean. So right now, there's nothing that is making this this pair go crazy like this. This is just, oh my God. Oh my God, this just blows my mind every time, because like I said, these moves right here, oh my goodness, this is all you need in a day. This is all you need in a week if you have a certain amount of capital. This is why prop firms, right, are prop firms, or if you have more capital to work with, that is the best. That's the best scenario to have while trading. If you don't, of course, you have to have maybe a little bit more skill so you can reach a certain profit that you really desire, or just be consistent. But if you want a shortcut to literally become a millionaire overnight or in a week or whatever, because you have a higher amount of capital, this would be the place to go. And like I said, the move that you're seeing right now on the 1 minute is it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. I'm not gonna explain it right now, but if you see the pips right here at the top, you see 197. That's 19.7. So that's round up to 20 pips. And it's 8:01, so I'm gonna get ready to wrap things up. But I'm going to send you guys this picture right here, which changed the game for me. I still to this day am like I'm super grateful that I have this picture. I kind of actually like, how do I say it? When I was in Zooms back in the day, 2021, somebody sent this one time only, and I just decided, I'm like, let me screenshot this. I feel like this is gonna be very important. So let me see if I can drag this into the chat for you guys. I cannot. So, okay, you guys will have to take a picture on your phone or screenshot. Let me drag this. Boom. Make sure you screenshot this. Like I said, a lot of things will make sense in the future with more replication and practice, right? But screenshot, get this. I'll give it a little breakdown, but if you look at the left-hand side, it says lot size, right? So, for example, let's do the lot size that we just crafted up with that GBP. It was a 0.5, so that's a mini. It's called a mini, right? 0.5, and is the next column is dollar per pip, right? And pips are basically on here, like I showed you. If you see the number right above, is 200, but that's 20 pips, 17 pips, 12.8 pips, right? And that's basically a unit of measurement within the chart. So it's kind of like the football field with yards and things like that. It's similar on the charts, but with price movement. It's called pips, right? And then pips, every pip is worth $1 amount. So that's why this picture is literally golden, because now you're able to like, okay, so if I was risking a certain amount of pips, like 1.0, which is a standard lot size, that's $10 per pip. So now you start doing calculation. Oh, if the chart just moved 20 pips, well, guess what? That I just made $200 if I had this lot size. So this 80 pips right here Like if you caught an 80 pip move on a 1 point or a 1 standard lot size, that's $800, right? And so forth. You could kind of see the whole rundown. So, yeah, that is that change. This picture changed my life. I'm not gonna lie, it changed my life. So hopefully it changes one of you guys' life. So that's that right there. Let's go back to here. Any questions? You guys have any questions at all? I can easily just really go into deep, super deep. I can go super deep, but we're gonna save that. We're gonna save that. But any questions, let me know. This will be the time before we wrap up. And like I said, for all the people that did not make it in the beginning, Client Club is where I'm gonna be. All the students, all free members are going to be. Let me send an invite. Okay, let's copy. I don't think I sent this to you guys. But this is where I'm going to be every day. This is where you see my live trading sessions if you are in the coaching program, and that's what I'm going to share with you guys. But you still can join for free and get the community vibes and ask me questions and things like that. So click that link, join that. If there's no other questions, boom, for people that want to know how to continue after the boot camp, to continue to get this information, to continue to get my information, my time, and my expertise. I have a coaching program, like I shared first day. Darren's the first ever student, right? And right now there is a discount for it. Let's bring that up right now. It is $97. We have somebody raising their hand. Boom. Let's get you in real quick. You got a question? Akpotor Sunday.
Oh no, like I didn't get the link you sent, so.
Is it in the chat? Did you check the chat?
Okay.
Yeah, let me know.
My screen is silent. Alright, let me see.
If you did it, I'll also send it to you via email. But I did send it via chat. Let me know if you see that. Good. You have any other questions though for me or no?
No, y'all cool.
Good.
No questions.
Cool. So let me pull this up right here. Coaching. Boom. Where is it at? Right here. This is for people that want to continue after the boot camp. I'm here every day. I do this for a living. You know what I mean? I'm doing this every single day. That's why I showed you guys coaching client. It's in the link right there. This is how you continue with me. That's it. If you go right here, you can watch that video on your own, but you will get live access to my live trading 3 times a day or 3 times a week, which is worth priceless, right? Trading signals. I will basically put my signals and my trades. Even if you don't make it, you can still go back and look at the chart and see the exact trade that I put in. That you can, if you now know how to, apply these strategies or confirmations, you can even look at a signal and apply these, right? And see, okay, that's exactly why he got in this trade, right? And so it's like yes, you can catch it with me, right? That's the most ideal. Catch it with me, make money with me. But you'll now be able to have trades that play out, and you can apply these strategies and just copy these strategies and just learn them and refine them and kind of make it your own, right? So that's the goal with that. And then bonus indicators. You guys already got that. If you guys took a picture, it is the kill zones, and I have a couple others, but I only use kill zones. That's that right there was a game changer for how I trade. Chart tool sheet. You guys will get my whole chart tool sheet on every tool that I use to, predict the market in the charts and stuff like that, which is actually a game changer. Like this Gone box right here, this little box right here. I use this every single day. Number 1 confirmation, institutional candle. This is the exact tool that I use. You can actually copy this right here if you want. This is a free little gem right here, but it didn't look like this at first. It looked super crazy. So you have to configure it to some new styles. So just copy this, uncheck some things, and it should look like this. And I'll kind of explain this before I go, right? And shout out Mike too before I go. Shout out Mike. He already took advantage of our, like I was saying, our discount price right now. We have a $97 coaching program and also a $997 a month VIP mentorship. That's me and you holding hands. I'm gonna help you see how you can make $1,000 in a day and things like that, and just unbelievable numbers, should I say? And that requires a whole different energy and a whole different deep and real relationship, because when you bring up numbers like that, not everybody believes that. So I only want to work with people that actually see what I see every single day and want to learn how to actually make it happen, right? So shout out Mike for taking advantage of both put together for one price for $197. I will send all this to you guys, but like I said, this Gone box shows you the 50%. See, I have to zoom in a little closer for you guys, but if you see the middle right here, right, it says 0.5. I see it, but yeah, I'll zoom in just a little closer for you guys. Right here, right, I could change the color, but I know what it is. Like, it's the middle. It's 0.5, which is 50% of any candle that you mark. It'll basically show, yeah, if it's if what basic. Okay, let me show you better than I could tell you, because it's kind of hard to explain if you don't even know, right? So boom, we see an institutional candle right here, this red candle before this blue one right here, right? Boom, perfect. It shows every time, right? Let's delete this so we can get this out the way. So we put this Gone box right on this institutional candle. That's how you mark institutional candles. It traded up, right? Boom, came down. As you can see, it hit in this area, right? And it didn't quite hit this 50% line, but as soon as it hits this area, it's now like, okay, it's like activated. It's like, okay, it's either gonna disrespect or respect, and you can get in right here. Like, this is an entry right here. You put your buy position right here, right? You would drag your stop loss below the low. That's 5 pips right there, right? And look what it did. If you got in this trade, and this was literally, what time was this? This was 6:36. This was like almost 2 hours ago. So almost 2 hours ago, if you caught this trade, look at what it's doing right now. And this is why I'm saying, oh my goodness, because look at, this is currently happening in my face. Look, it's off the screen. It is, oh my goodness, this is what I'm saying. And this is one thing, fear of missing out. Even though it does crazy stuff like this, and once you actually get in trades and actually see how numbers move and stuff like that, you will see why this is a big deal, because it's like, that could be a lot of money right there. But it's fine. You have to realize it's 24/7. You can catch this over and over. But like I said, if you caught this move, you would have made 13 times what you risked, right? And this is something that happens every day. I'm in that XAU trade right now, to be honest. So Darren's in that trade. He's in that right now. Let us know how it goes. Uh-oh. It's going down now. But like I said, you would have made 13 times what you risked. Let's see how long. So look at this tool right here. And like I said, I give all these tools away and I explain it. All the chart tool sheet, trading plan template, which I kind of gave that away to you guys already. This right here. But this info line right here, if I got in at this candle right here, here, let me go up a little bit. Okay, so if I got in at this candle, when it got into this institutional candle, and if right here at the top, that's an hour and 33 minutes. So that took an hour and 33 minutes. If you got into this trade, if you knew what a Gone box was, if you knew what an institutional candle was, and if you knew what a long position was, and you were looking at this chart an hour ago, and you looked at the setup, you would have made 13 times what you risked in an hour and 33 minutes. Percentage wise, I don't even know how much that is, right? That's a lot. That's a lot of percentage. But I'm saying this happens on a daily, and this is something that I was exposed to literally first week of my mentorship, right? This was stuff that I'm like, wow, okay, but I didn't jump after these type of moves, right? I just knew if I get my strategy down, if I get my robotic like process down, I'm gonna catch these moves on accident, or I'm gonna catch these moves like in the meantime, right? But you don't want to go for these moves like just every time, because you'll realize a 1 to 2 is really good, a 1 to 3 is really good. So, but like I said, there is all the time moves like this, 1 to 13, and just insane amount of insane moves every single day. But like I said, it's with the education. It's with the education. You have to understand that if you put your stop loss right here, right, and then you target this high right now, you gotta be tapped in. You can't just stumble upon a 13 times what you gained risk and have it be strategic and do it over and over and over again. You know what I mean? You can't guess it. You have to actually know that this is real and you can actually keep doing it over. So that, like I said, I could share a lot. I'm gonna stop. Closed out for my stop loss and profit, $17.30. There we go. Look at Darren's making money during the call right now. You guys can make money as we're speaking. Like, actually, because I love to overdo. Oh my God, look what it's doing. And if you guys seen, oh my God. See, I'm still a human, right? I'm not a somebody that's just gonna get in because I see what it's doing, but I can still react crazy because it's like, sheesh, there's no way this is my daily thing. Like, this is what I do. So I'm going back to Cash App. Actually, I'm going back to here. And as you can see, boom, this is what I was talking about. You wanted to see this. You wanted to say confirmed. It confirmed 4 times. It just wanted to make sure that it confirmed. So you're going to go to here. You should go back. Refresh. And as you see at the top left, or top right, I meant 156. It had some fees, right? Take out, but all good. No worries with me. Instantly, once you make money, or once you deposit your money into your account, you're gonna go to internal transfer, and this is once you already made your live account, right? We went over this day one. Once again, I will have the recording. It's in the Google Drive. I already sent an email out. Or we sent an email out today, so check your email. It has the Google Drive link to. It's gonna be all the recordings, right, for each day. So if you miss a day, it's fine. I got you. So I'm not gonna re-explain how to open up an account. So once you have that, go to internal transfer, go to withdraw, right? Sender account. This one right here, the only live account I have. Boom. I want this whole thing. I want everything in here. 156.22. It's just a random amount that I have right now. The value must be equal to her. What do you mean? Account to wallet. Yeah, we're good. Wait. Oh, yeah. Deposit. Oops. I'm putting money into my account. But this is when you want to take it out from your account. This is when you want to take it out from your broker account. This into your wallet, and then you're probably going to take it home and like in your bank account. So that's 156.22. I don't want to leave anything. Confirm. Right? Boom. So now we should have it in here, and this is why I need to get my oh, I remember the password. I was doing it wrong the whole time. So if you guys have no questions, I'm going over because the deposit went through. What is this? Oh, okay, cool. I forgot I had 4 different demo accounts, right? I won't be able to join the next 2 days. I'll be in class. I will tap in with you ASAP, though. I'm excited to start learning sauce. Yeah, man. The quicker you tap in, oh my goodness. Oh, I thought this was gold. I was like, yo, what is going on? I was like, it's 8 o'clock. You can get tempted to trade at any time of the day because, like I said, it just moves, y'all. It moves all the time. And that's why you should not have a fear of missing out because you're good. Like, every day there's moves. Every single day. But if you don't know that, you're gonna be doing too much. Oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on actually. Like I said, I'm gonna be having a lot of videos on how this recent election has a huge importance on making money. Like the U.S. dollar it's really changing every single day, and you need to know how to capitalize every single day. And in this market, you can see I'm on the 1 minute, so I'm seeing very up to real time date access in data. Like I'm capitalizing on like the most recent data that is happening with the dollar, right? So yeah, man. This, like I said, the quicker you tap in, it's everyday results. It's like I show ASAP. Like we don't wait, man. There's no really time to wait, man. So I'm excited. I'm excited to give you the sauce and just see how you take it. But and like I said, the recording is in the link, so you can check that out. I'm gonna actually get in, guys, on a trade. So like I said, I'm gonna show you live in the flesh. I'm doing the same exact thing. For me, I have Stinu. Boom. I'm going here. I'm putting in the amount that I have, 156.22. Right. I'll probably put some more money in later, but I'm gonna also show you you can start with a little amount. That's one myth too that a lot of people don't know, or they always be like, oh, and I was victim to it too. I thought I had to have a lot of money to start. You could put in $50. You know what I mean? And if you have a skill, you can flip that $50. You know, unless, or if you want to grow it incrementally, like $2 a day or 10 or whatever, you can do that too. It's up to you. You have the skill. You do what you want with the skill. You know what I mean? So, like I said, Stinu. I put the amount that I have. Risk. With this amount of money, right? I would do 80% of my account, right? Because I'm that confident in what I'm gonna do, and that's how you really make money from a small amount of money, right? You can flip accounts with the skill, right? So let's just do 50%. Actually, I'm not showing you guys a good example. Because that's not what you guys want to do. I'm gonna do 3%. I'm gonna do 3%. Don't. This comes with experience, okay? It comes with experience. Stop loss, right? Okay, let's go to the chart. Let's go, right? Peep higher time frame. Since I only look at gold, I only look at gold. So like, I kind of know what it's doing overall, but you always want to get a double check. Like you always want to get a better look, right? So let's delete all this. I know this was consolidation, right? But now it's showing that it's out of that, right? So let's see. 15-minute, boom. And me getting deep into all these concepts is day 4. Tomorrow is psychology, which is honestly why I'm here, is because I have a strong mind. It's not for the weak at all. There's a reason why there's not a lot of traders, is because the mental part in some way, shape, or form gets to people. Losing too much money, not being consistent enough, there's so many different parts, and I have a whole section for that tomorrow. The psychology. So I see an institutional candle on the 15-minute, right? And I'm gonna rename that. You can rename your tools, by the way, on the right hand side if you go right here. And this might be. It seems like I'm giving a lot of information, but I know you guys are gonna be able to handle it. But I'm like, sheesh, like, I hope you guys are understanding this, or this is like clicking to you guys, right? Like I said, if it does not, raise that hand, type, or don't be quiet, like speak up. So 15-minute, I write that over there. I go down from the 10-minute, and this is number 2 that I'm doing this is number 2. Did you peep higher time frame? So yes, I did check the higher time frames. Let's get this out the way. Let's get these drawings out the way. I checked the higher time frames. That's literally why I have this lower low and stuff. I was showing you guys an example, but because I trade this pair, I also now really know what it's doing. So I have a little bias. Let's delete that. Boom. Okay, so right now it's buying. I said it was gonna go down, but we do see the 30 or 15-minute. Let's go down to the 10-minute. Let's see what it's doing. I don't see anything different that I would look at. I see something right here. 5-minute institutional candle. Once again, patterns repeat over and over and over. And if you learn how to see it, and then you learn how to know how to profit off of it, off of it, it gets super simple. You kind of like you can't unsee it. Once you look at any chart, any currency, any pair, you'll kind of see it all over the place. You'll see it happen over and over and over. And like I said, it's 1, 2, 3 over here. You want to know how to profit off of it, and that's what I teach. So I see this is a 5-minute institutional, and I'm kind of like setting it up, right? I'm predicting where the market is going to be, and I'm like, once it gets to these areas that I'm marking, as you can see, I have a little eyeball in the middle. So it's kind of like an area of interest, like aha, like it's just a fun thing. Like you can type, look, I copied and pasted the eyeball, so you can have fun as well on these markets. So, oh, I see something right here, and this is something too that is super advanced. By being on the lower time frames, you can see things that other people can't see. So yes, you're kind of like a elitist or whatever, because you're seeing information and you have like an advantage. You have information that other people are not looking at, so you can have a different bias. You can have a different like reason to get in because you see more data. And I pay an extra price on this on the software trading view to see the lower time frames. But for you guys, a free version, you can see all the common ones like the 4-hour, the daily, and stuff like that, which is still fine, which is actually recommended to start on the higher time frames before you move to the lower time frame and it gets super quick. Yeah, you want to go stay on that higher time frame. So boom, that's the 3-minute. Okay, my mouse is going crazy. 3-minute institutional candle. Let's see the 2-minute, right? Boom. 1 minute. Let's see if there's anything. Okay, cool. So I see everything that I can see, and what I see, what it's currently doing is, I believe it is going to come up here. It's when is it going to come up to this area, right? So, a lot of people, they'll have a bias, right? And they'll stick to it super strong, and they won't even let the chart do what it needs to do, and then make maybe a re-judgment, right? One thing I always say, you're not in control of the markets. We're baby players in this market. There's banks that's trading the markets that have hundreds of millions of dollars, that's with way more volume, so they can actually control or have an influence, because it's a decentralized market. Like nobody controls this market. It's just heavily influenced by who has more funds in it, right? But I'm saying we have no effect to what this market is gonna do. So even if I have a bias of it's gonna go here, right, go up to this marker that I marked, the best answer is what it's doing right now. That's the best answer. That's you let it, if anything, you let the chart do what it needs to do, and you reevaluate. Like I said, you don't stick to your bias if it's showing you differently. You kind of do that. Okay, well that's the new answer, right? The market's always right. That's my point, right? So I would probably get in for a buy. So let's see. The reason being, actually, that's capped. And see, honestly, I'm not gonna let this presentation or this boot camp get me in a trade that I wouldn't even get in if I wasn't on the phone with you guys. I'm not even gonna make that set that example for you guys, because it's like you honor trading. I honor trading. I don't wanna. You can't play trading, like people say you can't play boxing, right? You can play trading, right? But I don't want to play trading at all. I'd rather actually get in and things like that, and not like just put my money away. So I'm good. You guys can get in. Darren, I see you already made money. I'm cool, and I don't have a fear of missing out. You know what I mean? I have a exact, like I'm a robot. You know, that's what you want to do. You want to be a robot. You want to get in if it fits your rules. If it doesn't fit your rule, see ya. Like that's what you really want to strive to be, right? Of course, you can get in any second. Nobody's stopping you for pressing buy or sell. But really, what you want to learn to be is discipline. And if you see it lines up with your rules, then press play or press buy, press sell. You know, execute. But here it doesn't tell me anything. So I'm going to chill. I'm not gonna do anything, and I'm not gonna just sit here and wait. So just know you don't always have to put in a trade, guys. So I'm gonna wrap it up. Went a little bit over, but that's all good. More gems, more gems, more gems. So if you guys have any questions for me, let me know. Any questions? But yeah, you said you won't be here the next 2 days.
Yeah,
But
I won't.
Yeah,
Won't be here.
that's okay.
I appreciate you, bro.
Hey man, how you feeling about the information? Are you thinking it's a lot, or do you know, like I said, you'll get it over time, stuff like
I
that?
feel like I'll get it over time. Most of it is making sense to me. Like once I actually get my hands on with it and start playing around with the
Right.
tools, I think I'll be able to figure it out.
Right. This is basically trying to show you guys there's a direct. I'm trying to narrow the process down to all you need to learn and know to see a result, to learn or to know why you even seen that result. Like you need to know why you got into a trade and things like that. And once you have that, it's like it's rinse and repeat from there. And like I said, it's 95% mental because now it's your personality, it's your real life schedule that's implementing this trading. So now you have to balance all that out. I don't know how you guys react to money, and I don't know your emotions, and you're like, oh shoot, if I'm down $200, I'm gonna take it out. There's a different personality with everybody, so that's also why you need some guidance and direction. But this is gonna solve like 90% of issues, right? Knowing that you have strategies, a robotic process to do every single day, and you just get better at it. You keep practicing at it, keep practicing the strategies, and yeah, man, you're gonna see why I always smile when I talk about trading. It's like a secret society thing. I swear, it's like nobody taught us this. No, literally, nobody taught us this. Our parents didn't teach us. School's not teaching us. And if schools wanted this world, or not even schools, but if the people that are influencing the world, if they really wanted to make a change, right, they would just introduce Forex, honestly, and that would completely. I don't know how impactful that would be, but people will be exposed to the fact that this is a route, this is a lane, this is a skill that you can take with you until you pass away. So I'm like, okay, since they're not gonna do it, I will do. I mean, there's people out here teaching, but I'm gonna do my part and also share this treasure that is hidden. I'm gonna give the keys. So yeah, I mean, hey, I just get excited talking about trading. As you can see, I could talk for hours. But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed. I'll send you guys emails. Take care. Love you all. And we'll be here tomorrow, 7 p.m. for the psychology, the mindset part. Peace. Ciao, guys. Ciao, ciao, ciao. All right, let's get started. Did we have somebody else that's trying to join? Nope, we're good. Okay, boom. Psychology of profitable traders. Right, we got some key fears like fear of missing out, fear of letting your wins turning into a loss, fear of loss, and then understanding why you're not a full trader. Let's go. So we have the 5 pillars of success. These are the topics I'm going to talk about. After thinking about what makes a successful trader, I definitely came up with these that just are everyday. A constant reminder of I gotta make sure I'm strong on these. So managing risk, right? Managing risk. We talked about these in the first 2 days, but making sure that you have your stop loss, making sure you have the right amount of risk, the right amount of money that you are risking. That needs to be number 1, right? Because you don't want to lose more money than you want. We had some people. Or lots of stories of people losing their whole account. It's called blowing your account when you lose all your money in there. I've never blown my account because I've, from the jump, started with risk management. So I'm saying the same thing to you guys to make sure you have the risk management mindset in your mind. Protect capital. That's your best friend. The capital is the best friend because if you don't have any capital, you can't multiply that money, right? And that goes super far, right? But starting with 1 to 5% is my ideal. I didn't go over 3%. 4 or 5 is like, okay, you're getting more advanced, right? But 1 to 3 is such a safe a safe and great way to start for going on demo account or even live account, because you practice how you play, right? So if you're gonna practice on a demo account, to prepare for when you go on a live account, you want to practice how you're gonna go into the real live. So I'd say as a beginner, 1 to 5%, but 1 to 3 is really, that's you guys, 1 to 3%. Cool, right there. Also, think about results in percentage growth instead of dollar amount, right? What does that mean? And I really just grasped this concept a month ago after the Dubai event, right? And so what that basically is saying, and I'm gonna share you guys a website that I use now every single day. Every time I profit, I open this bad boy up right here. So now I'll send this to you guys. This is a new gem. Let's see what Jay said in the chat. Made some money, but needs some better psychology. Oh, you talking about in the charts? You made some money in the charts? Hey.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
okay. But you need some better psychology. Okay. Perfect. Hey, perfect timing. So this right here, this website basically tells you how much percent. I do this right here. So whatever my initial amount is, let's just say 5,000, right? All right. So now in this box right here, I kind of just put, well, I already have my risk amount in my head, so I kind of know when I profit or say I lose, I kind of know already around what percent, right? So let's just do 4%, right? So if you made $200 on a $5,000 account, right? You really made 4%, right? So that switch of thinking about your profits into percentage is a game changer because of this reason right here. Watch. So we're not going to do anything with this percent number, but we're going to do something to this number right here, the 5,000. And that 5,000 is your capital, right? So let's just double it to 10K. 10,000. That's $400, right? Same percentage, the same move you caught on a higher account that is now more money. So from the jump of you guys' trading career, add in, I'm not saying don't look at the money amount, because it's always super nice knowing you just made a certain amount of money, right? But I'm saying add in the percentage that you also made, because the greed that I'm going to get to later that comes from this unlimited pool of money market of Forex, right? It get, like, the dollar amount, only having the dollar amount in your mind can get you to continue to put in a trade, or have you maybe not as satisfied. Because let's face it, if you have a smaller amount of money and you made maybe a certain amount that wasn't satisfying to you, unless you're super disciplined and you have good mental habits, you're gonna possibly want to get in again, get some more money, right? But if you're disciplined and you understand, okay, I did make a good amount of percent. This is reaching my daily goal, things like that, which I'll get into later. Then we're good, right? So, in a nutshell, like I said, adding on percentage growth to your daily analysis and your daily profit, gain when you look at your profits, will be super helpful in the long run. Because now, think about it right now. I have a funded 200K account, and 1% of that, let's just do it. I'm a visual learner, so let's do it here. 200, 1, 2, 3. Oh my God! Even if I put 200K, but 4% of 200K is 8,000. So that same exact move that you caught, that you thought, oh, let me get in again. Well, guess what? That same move on a higher account actually just paid your rent, just paid so many bills, maybe paid a full trip to wherever, right? So I'm saying, like, switch that focus, and your new focus is really having a certain amount of money, but of course learning the skill, because now you'll be able to grow at a high percentage. So really now like I said, now the goal is to get your capital higher, and there's different ways to get that, right, in this world. So, you know, and now it gets super narrow. You see there's a certain direction that you now go to when you start thinking percentage. So, like I said, I just got this mindset like really honed in, like, okay, I can't think without this anymore, like a month ago. Or yeah, because when I went to, like I said, when I went to Dubai, bigger players out there than different conferences I've been to, large players out there. Shout out my guy Mike, don't get hacked. He was out there. That's where I met him. Oh, my headphones got taken out. Give me a second. Can you guys still hear me? React or something, if you guys can hear me. Okay, we're good. I got my headset back on. But yeah, I met him out there. But yeah, there's people that have higher capital that I was like, wait, 5% a month? Like, that's easy, right? I do that every day. I do that every week. I do that every month, right? Whatever. But for people that have way more funds, that's like, that could change my life. That 5% a month that you're saying could change my life because they have more funds, and I was around a lot more people with those higher funds that those conversations are different now. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it just kind of made sense to start thinking in that way. So, yeah, percentage, whoo. And I learned this too in the first like couple months of me trading, but I never really knew how powerful it was to think about it like this until year 3. So, yes, hopefully you can take that and run with that. So, let's go to the next topic, which is daily consistency. This is everything. The first thing is develop a trading plan. So there's 2 different types of plans. In my opinion, there's a trading plan and a game plan. To me, it's a similar thing, but it's different. So a game plan or a trading plan is your own separate goals, like your daily goal. You want to have a daily loss. You want to have a certain amount that, okay, if I lose this much, then I'm done. I need to come back to the next day or whenever next you trade. Me personally, I trade, I look to trade almost every day, Monday through Friday. But if the setup is not there, I don't trade. But like I said, I have a daily goal every day. I have a daily max loss. And then I also have, dang, if I still had it, I would actually show you guys. But then I also have risk to reward profit ratios. So if I catch a 1-to-1, how much money would that be? If I catch a 1-to-2 ratio, risk to reward ratio, how much money would that be? And I do that all the way down to 1-to-10. So when I'm in the market, right, and even if I pass my daily goal, right, the money amount that I am looking at in my trade, I will now know, okay, this is me catching a 1-to-3. So it's another perspective of you're up 3 times what you risk. You need to close it. Like, it's just another visual. You look at it and it's instantly displaying a disciplined message on your. I have it on the wall. I also have a journal that I always have. But my point is writing down your goal, writing down the max loss, not having it in your mind, but actually writing it down. That's huge. And so that's number 1. Develop a trading plan. Have that written down, right? And it's as simple as creating a daily goal of how much you want to make. And like I said, daily loss. And it can be that simple. It can be that simple. But I, like I said, do also the risk to reward ratio because I know I make more than a 1-to-1 like basically every trade. So I like that reminder. Number 2, trade at the correct time session. We went over this a little bit yesterday, but this is huge. A part of my daily consistent routine is waking up at 7:30 to get to the charts at 8 o'clock. The reason being is because 8 o'clock New York session opens up, and that's when the charts go crazy. That's when the charts move the most for USD. So I'm there at 8 o'clock. It moves super slow afternoon and things like that, and you just don't want to be trading a different session with a different pair. You know what I mean? And I sent you guys the website, but I'll do it again because we have some new folks in here. And if you guys have any questions at any time, you know what I'm gonna say. Feel free to drop that in the chat. I do not want you guys to be confused and not have your questions answered. I'm right here. So it wouldn't make any sense to be confused. Let it out, right? So I sent this in the chat, and like I said, this shows you the sessions of different pairs and when it's the most active and things like that. And as you can see, the height of this chart down here, which shows like the high volume, is also in New York session. So I'm perfect. I don't have to change up my session. It's perfect with my personality and my routine. So make sure you're trading the right pair in the right session for a smooth. You will literally have a smooth time every time. Like you will see moves every day if you're in the right session. The chart moves too much for you not to, have some type of idea. Maybe if it doesn't fit your rule, don't get in, but at least you're gonna see things to analyze, right? Number 3, eliminate distractions. So if you guys know, like people say in boxing, right? They're like, you can't play boxing, or they say there's certain phrases like that. Like, you can't play this. This is another one. Trading, you can play if you want, but it's gonna play you too, right? Like it's one of those things that it's like if you want to become consistently profitable, well, you have to do what it takes to make that happen. Like a lot of people in the world already talk about trading being 50-50, right? A gamble, things like that. But that's because they don't know their strategies. There's historically proven strategies that prove to do the same thing and you can predict it, right? But in terms of what it takes to execute, perform, be sharp, things like that, you just don't want distractions, right? You want to depending on what type of actually it doesn't matter what type of trader you are. There's a scalper who's in and out in quick times, like 1 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15, 30, right? Quick, right? There's day traders that take days to trade. There's week, month, right? But the whole point is you still need to focus whenever you're placing the trade. You still need to focus. You still need to eliminate distractions. So when you press that buy or sell button, it's sharp. You have a sharp, like, you know exactly why you got in. All your rules are checked, and having that, how do I say, that environment around you is gonna just keep your experience with trading smooth overall. Because like I said, you can't play it, and if you mess around and you're distracted and I forgot to put my stop loss, are you gonna feel that? I had a recent student not put a stop loss, right, and lost more than he wanted, right? And who knows what was going around, but my point is, it happens plenty of times. There's always something that may have distracted somebody, and it shows in their trading results. So for me, I always maybe have tea sometimes, before, or I'm a light morning person. I might grab a banana and go downstairs, or I might have nothing, right? It's fine. I'm chilling. I just want to make sure I am fully present at 8 o'clock every single day. I always tell my people can tell you, I want to perform every day. Like, I don't go to the market like, yeah, I'm about to take some money. I'm humble. I'm humble. I'm just here to do what I need to do. And like I said, I'm focused. I eliminate distractions, and that makes sure I put my best foot forward. And putting your best foot forward in this realm, this trading realm, that's financial freedom. Financial freedom, location freedom, and time freedom. And I don't play around about that because, that's life right there. Like, being able to be financially free, location free, and I said, financially free, location free, and time free. That's your life back. So I don't like to play around with my life, because I got things to do. I got a checklist, and I got a timer. So, boom, eliminate distractions. We went over have a daily goal and have a daily loss. That's a part of the trading plan. But this is huge. Like I said, the consistency is huge. So make sure you already have a game plan or a certain posture when you're thinking about trading. Just take it from my advice. You could do whatever you want. You could play around, have fun, goof around with it. But I'm telling you from somebody that's now able to see a certain distance in the success of trading, that I'm like, this is this is getting all my attention because it's so worth it. And why would I tell you guys the same exact thing? You know what I mean? So let's keep on moving to the next topic. Managing fear. Oh man, managing fear. That's the number one thing. You know what I mean? Fear. I mean, it's money, right? People don't play with their money, and this is a very universal, relatable topic, which is money. People, like I said, people show their true colors when their money is played with, right? And fear of missing out is one main fear that makes, how do I say it, makes traders stay in that 99% stat of not being successful and things like that, because they are scared of missing out. And I'm here to tell you right now. Okay? Listen to me. Are you hearing me? Open them ears, okay? You can never miss out. There's unlimited money. Okay? There's unlimited money. There's $7.5 trillion. It feels like unlimited, right? Like, it's enough for you guys. That's enough for you guys to take out what you need to take out and do it again and again, right? So you're never going to miss out, okay? You might feel like you miss out because you see a move that you could have entered in and it took off without you. And that's, oh yeah, it's going to sting, and it's not going to feel the best, because if you already know how to like put a trade in and see results and stuff like that, well, you can see them numbers move, and you can just, if you already have that repetition and experience, right, and you miss a trade, all you're thinking about is, dang, I could have made this much. I still am working on it every single day, but the missing out part, I always know that I can get into another trade. That just never, it's not always been like this, what I'm saying, but like I said, I'm always getting better every single day, but I never let a trade go and let my emotions get all like twisted and turned because I missed out. I know there's going to be another trade. I know there's going to be another option or opportunity to get in, so I'm chilling. So for you guys got to know that there's always moves every single day, but that comes from experience. That comes from actually placing a trade in the market, actually seeing, oh shoot, I did this today, I could do this tomorrow, I could do this another time. Like, it kind of developed, like the not having fear of missing out, it developed for me as I kept trading every single day. I'm like, wait, I didn't trade for a week. The next day I go into the market, it's still going crazy. I'm like, it doesn't sleep. It really doesn't sleep. There's just so much money. So that's why it's like the focus should be really making sure that you are locked in, focused with your strategy, and just realize this is an unlimited pool of money, and you can get skilled in it and take the amount of money that satisfy you, and you can go live your life without nobody knowing you exist, because all you need is the market type of thing. So yes, fear of missing out is a big thing. So just remember that, right? The next thing is fear of letting your wins turn into a loss. That's also something that I every day get better at, knowing that I'm a scalper, so I see things very quick. Like, I see my 1-to-1 risk to reward, or 1-to-2 very quick, in 2 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, right? So seeing I'm in profit, and then seeing that I'm losing, is definitely something that could even, how do I say, affect your execution. And what I mean by execution is pressing that button. When you press that button, you just executed. You had your time to analyze the chart and do what you have learned in your palette or in your like skill set, right? But then when you press that button, you just executed, right? So fear messes up your execution, right? And the fear of letting your wins turn to a loss is a big reason why your execution, or you might be hesitating pressing that button. So my advice for you guys, fear of letting your wins turn into a loss, is take your money, right? And like I said, I continue to get better at this because I'm a super aggressive scalper, and I'm seeing things happen quick, right? So it can always take a turn, right? But overall, after feeling how it feels to be winning and then take a loss, I much every single time in my head I'm like, dang, I'll much rather be up that amount that I seen rather than being down, right? And there comes to a point when you feel that feeling too much that it's like I'm tired of it. Like I'm just taking my money. Like I need to take my money out, right? Or I need to trust my gut or trust my analysis. And when I mean, okay, when it gets to this area of interest, like I explained yesterday, and tomorrow's the biggest day. I'm literally gonna break down my step by step, my 6-step process that I use every single day to execute and place a trade, right? But like I was saying, there's an area of interest that you see beforehand, right? And in your mind, you're like, oh, easily I could take it out right here and get my profits, secure my profits, and go home, like leave the chart, right? But sometimes you don't always take out the profit when you think you should, and the chart does exactly what you think it would do, and it will reverse, right? And I'm not saying you're just gonna lose, but I'm saying some people, even if it reverses when they were up in profit, and then it reverses, now they're down in profit. Some people take out their money when they're losing, right? Because they were already making a certain money, and now it's like that screen once you guys actually put trades in, you'll see the blue. When your screen's blue, that's the best feeling, and we're gonna get into the feeling of your screen being blue in the next slide, right? It'll make sense. But when your screen is blue, oh, happy days, nothing could go wrong, right? But when you see that screen red, right, that's when the emotions come out, and things like that. And having a good analysis and having a good trade setup and things like that help reduce the fear or help manage the fear, right? So overall, it's having a good or great analysis that you can trust your execution style, should I say. So like I said, if you're in profit and it hits an area that you already know it's gonna show some type of reaction, it's trusting that. It's trusting it and taking your money. Or like I said, you're gonna feel this fear of letting your wins turn to a loss feeling too much, and you're just not gonna like leaving money on the table, and you're just gonna naturally have a switch, right? Or you can just, like I said, realize that it does do that, and a lot of people see money profits, right, and they still leave it on the table. So don't think you can't get got, because I thought the same. Nah, I didn't think the same, but I thought, I can withstand and maybe never experience that once. No, I experienced it, and I don't want you guys to as much. The one thing I'm gonna say is you're gonna lose. Like you will lose. You're not gonna be 100% trader, because I mean, when you lose your first trade, you're never 100% already. And so what you're gonna say, you're never gonna lose a trade? I had a slight little, yeah, I'm never gonna lose a trade type of feeling when I first started, but I didn't truly believe that. But that's how you feel maybe in the beginning. So it's all good. We are growing every single day with these strategies. Next is fear of loss, right? Some people are just straight out scared of losing, right? And that comes from a multitude of things. Some people risk their last amount. Some people trade with the money they need, right? And that's never good, because like I said, money brings out the worst and the best, right? In your emotions and things like that. And if it's your last bits of money, oh man, you're going to be all over the place like a roller coaster, right? And so one thing that stops people from executing and causes them to hesitate is them just losing that money, right? Losing that last pot of money and savings that they have, that they're frozen, right? Some people never make it to the live account, and they only just practice on demo. I've heard a couple stories where people have been on a demo account for like a year. They're like, man, I'm just waiting until I get ready into the live account, right? I'm like, what are you exactly waiting for? Like, how do you know when you're ready, right? Like, I don't know, man. Until I'm like confident in everything I'm doing, I don't want to lose, right? I'm just not trying to lose. And that case, it's a strategy dilemma, right? So there's a dilemma, or there's a fear of loss because the strategy is not good enough. There's also a fear of loss because it's their last bit of money, right? So there's a multitude of things, right? But overall, having the thing right below the fear of loss is reduce risk amount, so it's not scary, right? So even if it's your last bit, well, one, before you get into trading, you need to know you're putting your money up, so there is a chance to lose. So one, for you guys should know that the environment that you're coming into, you you lose money, right? You lose money in here, but it's not about just losing money. It's about winning more than you lose, right? And it's not even about that either, because you can lose like 5 trades, right, and win 1 trade and be profitable, right? So that's risk management right there, right? So in this case, a fear of loss, reducing the amount that you are risking can also ease, your heartbeat, your heart rate on how much you could potentially lose, right? Because like I said, you have to have that in your mind, like you can lose, right? But you have to be willing. You have to be willing to, how do I say it? Accept that loss, knowing that there is a thing called risk management. You can lose 3 trades in a row, 5 trades in a row, and you can win or profit 1 trade and be right back in the game if you followed your rules and stuff. So having that foundation would even cancel out the fear of loss, right? And some people might never, get to that live account, and that's on them. But like for you guys, I know you guys are different. But I had to tell you guys, there are people that really do stay on demo accounts for a year plus, or they just stay away from the live account. So there are people like that. So it just needs you guys to be exposed that that is a real thing, right? We just went into the reduced risk amount, and welcome TTTVVV. Interesting name, you know what I mean? But welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about the psychology of successful traders, right? And then the last one we have, and by the way, these are recorded. In the emails you guys get will be the link to the first day, the second day, and today. And actually, little side comment, fun fact, we have a bunch of videos that will be posted all on all platforms, with of recaps of maybe short moments that was very important of all days, right? So just stay on the lookout of that, right? But like I said, last topic, practice, practice, practice. What's up? This is Tay. I don't know why it's on my other account. Okay, no worries. What's up, Tay? Welcome, 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 my guy. So practice, 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 right? Repetition, right? Repetition is going to make your fear less and less and less. I don't know, don't quote me on this quote, but somebody said it, to cancel out fear or procrastination or things like that is work. Put in the work. Like do something, achieve something, like put one foot in front of the other. Action, take action. Like that solves a lot of overthinking or like doubting or things like that. Is taking the action, like execute, like do what you know how to do. Don't think, just do, right? So in this case, practicing your strategy, practicing risk management, knowing that when you place a trade, you know how much you're risking and how much you're gonna profit, right? And being okay with that setup. It's called a setup when you how do I say it, when you analyze a trade, have the risk amount, have the stop loss amount, have the profit amount, all that stuff. It's called a setup. So if you hear in the future people say, do you want to see the setup, or how was your setup, things like that, that is your position. You're like, it's like an event. Every trade is like an event. Like, well, it should be. Some people just press buy, sell, like it's a casino. They just put positions in like it's nothing, right? But that's not what we do. We don't just put in trades for no reason. We strategically get in, right? So practice your setups, practice the same routine and process that you would do on a day-to-day basis, and the more repetition, the more experience that you get doing the same things that are aligned with reducing and managing fear, right? That's gonna help. It's gonna help. It's kind of like basketball or any sports, right? If you're bad at any concept of the game, or if you're scared of taking a left hand layup or shooting a goal like a soccer goal, right? Because you don't want to miss, or whatever the reason is, could practice. Practice makes perfect, right? We all heard that. So it's the same thing in trading. Put the reps in, and you will see the profitability. Well, first you have to have a good strategy, but luckily you guys are here. You have a source of somebody that has a strategy that is a winning strategy and consistent. If you're consistent, you know what I mean. So you guys don't have to go all around looking for a strategy. I have the strategy, and I'll be breaking that down tomorrow. So yes, practice, 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 right? Like anything. Next, managing euphoria. I was just talking about this, but it's kind of like the opposite. It's literally the opposite of loss. When you win, when you profit, it is the most rewarding feeling of all time, in my opinion. Reason why, you didn't do anything for that money. Yes, like somebody might say, you had to, dissect the chart. You had to do this, do that. Guys, when you practice and practice, it becomes secondhand nature. Like, yes, you consider maybe the 6 steps or 7 steps or 3 or however many steps you guys have. But me personally, I have 6 steps, and I go in there already, like in the back of my hand, having those 6 steps naturally in play as soon as I look at a chart, right? So winning leads to feeling invincible, which can cause people to increase activity, right? So when you win, like I said, it's the best feeling. You're literally sitting in your chair, making money, you're printing out money, right? And it's just, you won't really understand until you profit yourself, right? And the people that type in the chat, if you know what I'm talking about, you've placed a trade, you've profited before, and it's just the best feeling ever, right? Especially when you profit and it's a trade where it's like, I'm good for the day. Like, I don't got to do too much. If you guys are on that level. So type in the chat if you've felt that. Of course, yes. So that is a real thing, and that can also hurt you. So if you read the next or the first bullet, if you get into a win streak, right, you can think that you can never lose again, right? Or you just think that you're just some superhero and you just might be a little over cocky or overconfident and things like that, right? So just be aware that that can happen. And for a lot of you guys, I don't know if a lot of you guys have profited yet. So this is just making you aware that, okay, K Dizzy did say, euphoria when I do profit, because you guys are gonna profit, right? Hey, share that example. I'll be glad to read it out for everybody else and things like that. But yeah, when you profit, it's the best feeling, and you could feel, me personally, I feel like, dang, like this is it. This is the end goal right here. Like I just hit the jackpot. Like, yeah, man, it's you have to feel it yourself. But like I said, I'm making you aware before you even feel it that this can happen. So don't say I didn't warn you, right? I could type or unmute. Which do you prefer? We could do unmute, but after this slide, definitely share your story for sure. Jayla, if you have one too. Second bullet, if you're up in a trade, you might celebrate too soon before the job is finished. I'm victim of it for sure. Before, but every day I get better at all of these. I can never be a perfect trader. I can always get better, right? And now I'm at a point where I might have a slither feeling of, let's go, I'm up, right? But I'm like, man, what am I happy about? I didn't click sell yet, or I didn't take my money out. Until I take my money out, I'm not happy. I'm not hype. I don't know if you guys know the Kobe Bryant quote, rest in peace, but he said, "Job's not finished. What is there to be happy about?" It's the same thing here with trades. People get too happy when they're up in a trade, they're up in profit before they even close it, right? So that is another feeling that you could possibly feel in your trading journey that I'm making you aware about. And if you feel that in a moment, you can definitely kind of have this in your mind, and that affects your execution, right? And executing can be when you first put in a trade, or it can be when you're closing a trade. And low key, closing a trade is just as important as opening it. It's basically 50-50 because you can't close it without opening it, and you can't open it without closing it. No, you can open it without you can open it without closing it, but you can't close the trade without opening the trade. So my point is, closing the trade and executing is just as important as opening it. So never celebrate too soon before you close it, or your feelings are gonna get hurt. Your feelings are gonna get hurt, and you don't want that feeling. Or you can have a strong mental mind, or a strong mind, and if you get caught in one of these cycles of euphoria, or I say euphoria, right? You can be like, oh, it's okay. I got something for it next time. I know I'm gonna be stronger next time. You can use it as fuel, motivation to get better. You can use your loss to have you spiral into a angry feeling, or you can use that loss feeling and turn it into a lesson, right? I actually forgot to add that in, but one of the biggest things, actually, I think I didn't. So we'll save that to the end. But it's thinking about your losses as a lesson. You never lose. You just had a lesson. Sometimes it could be a very expensive lesson, right? But overall, you're learning how to not do what you just did moving forward. And I'm telling you, it's the mindset that you guys need that keeps you in trading, right? You can't be a consistent or profitable trader if you're no longer trading. And most people might not trade because their mindset, right? They can't take it. They can't lose that much, or they've made money but then they lost it, or there's so many scenarios, right? So euphoria is one of those real things, right? Okay, third, you might put in another trade before securing the first profits. I've learned that early on not to do that, and luckily I don't even care to do that, right? But sometimes I might find myself doing that. Like back then, honestly, I don't do this anymore. It's been like a year. Like year one, I was doing this. But some people, some stories, some average traders, right? They might add in a whole nother trade because they see they're up in profit, right? And the way I teach, right? Like I said, I'm on lower time frames, so you don't have to wait a full day. You don't have to wait a full week to see that you're profiting, or that is going your way. So some people, I'm not saying this is somebody that I've taught, but there's other people that trade in ways that they can take it out in a quicker amount of time, right? There's some people that they're in profit, and they're like, I see what it's doing. Let me add a whole nother position in, right? So now they're risking even more than maybe they were expecting, right? On top of it, before taking out their money in any type of way. You can even partially take out your money. It's called securing your profits. I don't know. You can take half of your percent. You could take a quarter. You could take partials. It's called partials. That's what it's called. You could take partials, partial profit, right? Instead of putting it in a whole trade, you can just take in profits from the already put trade and leave the rest in, and you can put your stop loss up to your entry. So if the chart goes back to your entry, it'll take you out, but it'll be a risk-free trade. It'll be no risk. You won't be losing because you already secured your profits and you moved your stop loss up to your entry. So that's a real tactic that I use very often whenever it's needed, right? But there are people that get too happy that, they're up in trades that they just think is gonna continue going, right? And so they might add a whole nother position. Little do they know, it hit a area of interest that they didn't look at in a different time frame, and now it's reversing back, and now they're losing double the money that they wanted, right? That happens all too much. So, like I said, there's people in here that's never put in a trade yet, but and so for that case, now you're getting exposed that that is a tendency that humans do. So if you find yourself thinking about doing that, just remember, take your money, secure your profits first, or partially take profits, right? So that is that for managing euphoria. Tay, if you want to unmute yourself and maybe tell the people that you said you had a perfect example of euphoria. Let me unmute you right quick. Okay, cool. You should be able to talk.
Hello?
How you doing, man?
It was good, man. It was
Alright.
good. And nah, I definitely got a really good example of euphoria. Like literally today, I'm gonna keep it simple. You know how platforms work, phase one, phase two. Basically, what happened was I was on like a 3-win streak, right? So for me, I'm killing it in trading. I'm killing it.
Hey.
Really, you start to feel untouchable, but you have to always like stay level headed in trading, man. You can't just think you're Superman. You can be wrong. Like you can have the greatest analysis ever, and you can be wrong, but you have to be able to manage that risk to be a good trader. So basically, what happened to me is I'm on a 3-1 streak. I finally hit a loss, right? I go, I'm really confident in this trade. So I smack another position on there. Now I'm not even following rules anymore. This is pure ego and just all it is ego.
Right.
If you're not following the rules, that's where everything goes left. So that's really all I got to you. Just you got to stay level headed and not get outside the lines. You really just got to stay true to your system, your setup, your rules, or and you're not trading at that point. But yeah, that's all I'm doing. Just
Yeah.
stay level.
And how did that second position pan out? Did
So
you?
that second position, it was clapped. I'm not gonna lie. For me, that blew my account. But for me, I'm persistent at this. Like
Yeah.
you really gotta understand what trading can provide for you. And he introduced me to trading, and I've never been more grateful. I've never been able to really like explain to him how grateful I am for him that he did that. But this gave me really a purpose in my life, and I'm definitely gonna be grinding until I see results in trading.
Oh man.
I've been rocking with bro for a while. It's been like 7, maybe 8 years now. I seen his journey before he became a trader, so I'm seeing him go to like Dubai, all these places. It's really inspiring, yo. So like, yeah, trading really opened up my eyes, and I'm gonna get the results because I know what it can do for you. And yeah, but you just gotta stay level headed and not let your ego take over, and this shit can really get you right. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you, man. You already know we locked in, and definitely can't wait to see more and more of your journey, especially in the circle. That brings me to a point. If you guys check your email, I sent you guys all a invite to the trading community. That's where I'm gonna have a bunch of other people that's on all different walks of trading, be able to be in all in one place, talk to each other. I'll have content, daily content, different websites, my setup, different things all in that group. So if you guys check your email, or I'll just send another link right now because I like to make sure you guys are set up. But oh yeah, okay. We just got like 7 people just joined in the past like 30 minutes. But yeah, like my man Tay said, always stay humble, always stay level-headed, because he said something huge. It's what trading can do for you, right? It's what trading can do for you. It can retire everybody in your family. It can retire. It can get your life back, right? So that means you have to perform every day. It does not matter if you just had the best day. Like for example, I think I told like a couple people But I had my biggest day less than a week ago. It was 13K on my 200K live account, right? 13,000, and I could have easily just at first I did record it, so it's going to be out in the future. It's going to be out soon, like the live reaction and stuff. But I'll tell you, like I was like, no way that happened because of the situation. I was down on my prop firm account, and that helped me get back into the game, right? But the fact that I made that much, oh my god, I was feeling like getting into another trade, right? Because I knew exactly what happened and things like that. But I already knew that euphoria is a real thing, and I closed that screen. I closed everything that had to do with trading. I closed it, and I emphasize I closed trades. I close my windows as soon as I profit, because if you or once you learn how to trade and once you learn how to read the chart, you will see there's a limited opportunities to get into a trade, and you will get tempted to place another trade if you look at that chart too long, right? And it's a beauty, it's a blessing, but it's a curse too. You have to realize it's a blessing to be able to have a skill where you can continue to see a certain percentage, right? Or a certain dollar amount whenever you want, right? And you can, especially when you get more accurate, it's like, why don't I just get in more and more and more? No, that's exactly what the market wants you to feel, is invincible and euphoria. It wants you to feel euphoria because it's like, oh yeah, give me you got some money, you got a little taste of what we could do. Come in more. Nope. Eliminate that. Come to the market level-headed. That's why you also need a daily goal, because you're just gonna be in a big old yard full of toys and candy and all your dreams and desires and fantasies and everything, all in this market. Everything that you wish for, you're thinking about, dang, this market could really this trading can really do it. So you need to stay level-headed and focused, like my guy Tay said. So big on that. Appreciate your testimony. Like I said, join that community. We are in there. Let's go. We're good on time too. Like I said, any questions, don't hesitate. But managing losses, ooh, big. So there's managing risk, right? There's managing you when you win. But I said risks before. I didn't say your losses. I mean your risk. That's even like before you put in a trade. And that, like I said, if you don't put in a trade, you can't close a trade, right? But guess what? When you put in a trade, what if you don't win? What if you lose? You have to know how to stay level-headed and disciplined also when you lose. I have not a bunch of stories, but I have some good stories of me losing more money than I wanted. But shout out Ja, my mentor Ja. Since the jump, I've always had disciplined mindset. I've always had a strong foundation of knowing that these things exist that I'm about to tell you. And like when it happened to myself, because like I said, you're gonna lose, right? And everybody has their own journey, right? So I'll never put my journey on you guys or be like, oh, you have to go through this or that. But I'm just making you aware that, I mean, you're gonna lose, right? And you're gonna feel some type of way. So to manage those losses, have a daily loss target, right? Or before I get to that, it's called mitigating your loss, right? And I'm gonna explain a little deeper soon on what mitigating your loss really means, right? Which basically it's closing your trades before they lose, right? So you have a certain stop loss when you put in a trade. Say it's a 20 pip stop loss, right? Say it's a 20 pip stop loss, but you see that the chart, it's on its way towards the opposite, like the losing side, right? And you kind of, for me, I'm saying something in my example, right? I have an area of interest right here, right? And this area of interest is on the side of me losing, right? I put my stop loss below this area of interest because I'm like, okay, I think that this chart, the chart is going to respect this area and not disrespect it. Disrespecting means it's gonna shoot right through this area of interest, right? Respecting means it's gonna hit this area and it's gonna bounce right to the side where you want it to, right? Or just the side it was planning on going, right? So say I have my stop loss right below this area of interest, but as I'm looking at this trade, I'm seeing it go the opposite way than what I want, and it's kind of disrespecting. I see it's kind of disrespecting my area of interest. So, instead of just letting your trade just fully take you out, right? You can take out your trade before it goes to that area, right? And there's two sides of that, right? You can either take out your trade too early and it actually doesn't hit your stop loss and it goes to the upside or the downside, whatever you wanted it to go, it goes your direction, right? And you took it out too early. But, or before I say the other side is, okay, perfect. I took out my trade before it went down to my stop loss, which means I lost less money, right? That I lost less money than I wanted, and I'm happy because, I planned on losing this amount of money, but I lost less. That's an even better feeling, right? And that's a skill, right? Some people just will lose their money, right? Either they're gonna lose to a certain amount of money that's like, okay, that's enough, I don't want to lose any more money, and then they take it out, or they lose based on their stop loss, right? And they just let it hit their stop loss, and that's fine. That's fine because you had a stop loss, and that's good habits. A lot of people don't use stop losses, so the fact that you use the stop loss, you're practicing successful habits, so that's okay. But this is another level of a skill of making, like, looking at the chart and seeing, oh shoot, it's not going my way. Let me see if it's just going the opposite way, and let me take it out before it does, right? Because you can always get into another trade, and that's been the number one thing that has been in my mind for my journey of just losing or like not having the result I wanted. Guess what? I can always get into another trade. It's not over. That's why protecting your capital is everything, because guess what? You can try it again. You can get into a trade again, right? And you can make more than what you lost. And that loss is not going to matter, right? It's only going to be a lesson. So, yes, mitigating your loss is huge. It's a advanced thing. Tay said that one is always tough decision for me. What taking your loss out beforehand? If that's the case, a quick little advice that I go by is, my strategy, my analysis before I put in a trade, it's a strong one, right? So I have an area that I'm literally looking at. If it goes below this area, I'm out. Like, I'm out of there. Even if I don't have a stop loss, in my platform, I have a mental stop loss. I talked about having a mental stop loss for somebody like me, because I'm a scalper in and out, right? So having a mental stop loss, you can kind of see where it's going before it goes there. Like, say it's gonna lose, you can take it out. And I'm always just grateful, regardless of if it goes the opposite way or anything. I practice a good habit of losing less, right? But then guess what? Now it's up to you to either come back the next day or later on, or find a new setup and execute, right? And make more than what you lost, right? But overall, it's like there is times when you will thank yourself for doing that, right? And you much rather you thank yourself for taking out the trade than keeping yourself in that trade and losing way more money than you actually intended. So I always just like show gratefulness and gratitude that this is a good habit of having. But like I said, this is good for my strategy because, like I said, I'm in and out early or in and out quick, so I can see if it's going the opposite way from where I want it or not. So yeah, I just, like I said, I just count my blessings. I'm thankful that it could have been worse. I always say it could have been worse, right? And then I'm in the game still because I have my capital, so I know I can make that money back. So I just keep a positive mindset, even if I take it out and then it goes back out. It goes back the way I want it to. I always just keep a high spirit, right? Because it's not over yet. We're good. We're still in the game. It's fine, right? And then last but not least, never add to a losing trade, right? What that means is if you're losing in a trade, right, and it's going the way clearly that you didn't expect it to, a lot of people I've heard, and I don't really do this too much, I'm not gonna lie, because if I'm losing once, like, I'm gonna lose first, and then I just get into a whole fresh new trade. I don't ever, I mean, I have sometimes, but I don't have to really worry about myself doing that because it just really doesn't make any sense, especially because I put the certain amount of risk that I want to lose for the day, or like I'm willing to lose. So I know by adding a whole nother trade, it's just like, it's just not gonna be the best idea. So I kind of have never got into that, but that is a thing. When you're losing in a trade and you kind of see now that it's going the opposite direction, you want to get in on that wave, right? But you're already, it's a sometimes you can benefit from getting into a trade that is going the opposite way that you're intending it to go. Sometimes it can go your way, right? Because it's like, oh shoot, it didn't sell, it bought, so let me buy in now since I see it, right? Sometimes it could work, but we're practicing consistently smart habits, right? Because you rather have good habits than rather not, right? You can always go back to the good habits rather than not having good habits, So, making sure that you lose that trade, right? And then reevaluate and then place a trade is way better. Way better route. Don't add on to your trade, especially when you haven't closed your previous one. Don't do that, right? Because you would by you placing a trade before the trade shows the result, that's not good habits, right? And when you partake in non-good habits, it's kind of like a rabbit hole that you start falling in. It's like, okay, this is the scenarios that you can get if you follow this road, this path, which is the good habits path, right? And the rewards that you get in the good habits path is like, you're happy with yourself. You're thankful that you followed your rules, right? Because the goal is to be a robot. The goal is to do the same exact thing and eliminate human emotions in the chart, because it's a systematic thing, and you should have your rules and your system to give you confidence in the chart, right? So when you practice good habits, you're just gonna fall into that route of having a good high spirit, because guess what? You followed your rules, and whatever happens in the outcome, you're okay because you practiced. You followed all your rules. You know exactly why you lost. You know how much you lost. You're okay with how much you lost. So you're overall high spirits. And when you're in high spirits, you still act in them good habits, right? But let's go over here. The bad habits, right? Say you do something that's a bad habit, or just something that's not in your trade. If you're not mentally strong enough, you can fall into this road, right? Of putting in another trade, right? Risking more than you want. It's called over leveraging, right? Putting in more money than you maybe want, right? Over leveraging and things like that. There's so many different things that happen when you start to do bad habits, right? So never add to a losing trade. It's just the start of the bad habits road. And like I said, if you're not mentally strong enough or aware enough that you're doing some bad habits, you're just gonna go in that path, right? But we're here. This boot camp is here to expose all these different traits, make you aware that these things do exist, right? And then at the end of the day, show you where you can continue getting better with the source over here, your boy K Dizzy. So let's continue. We getting into the charts tomorrow. Joined a little late. Yeah. Tomorrow is probably gonna be my favorite. Me sharing the top 6 or my 6 steps in my strategy, and actually going to the chart, actually giving like a breakdown of it, right? And this is basically the foundation of what I do every single day. There's deeper parts to it, right? But you guys will see how I look at the chart every single day, right? But it's easier said than done. But yes, this is the blueprint right here. Now it's like you got to get better at it, and you'll be on your way, right? So these are some extra gems that I had that I thought about. We're 6 minutes over the time, but the psychology part, like I said, is 95% of trading, and this is why mentorship was off the chart. You see my hands are off the chart. Mentorship is still to this day the reason why my mental is so strong, the reason why I stuck with trading so long, right? Fun fact, my mentor was teaching hundreds and hundreds of people. He's personally mentored hundreds of people before, right? He told me I was one of the only people that is still withstanding. Like, he has a couple other people that still trade and stuff like that, but I took it and ran with it, right? I took it and ran with it because I applied all the stuff that my guy was teaching me. One, right? I was following good habits. One, I seen it through. I seen what trading can do, right? And I just stuck with it, right? But like I said, having those great foundations of habits and all that kept me in the game, even when I lost, and even when just BS happened, right? And it will do the same thing for you, right? So psychology, right, is the make or break of trading. So these thinkings took my trading to the next level. I told you guys this earlier. When I started thinking about trading skills and my results in percentage amount instead of only a money amount, that changed the game for me. And that even changed my targets and what I wanted to focus on in real life, right? So that changed the game for me just a month ago. So if you guys take that in your journey, your beginning journey and stuff like that, you're going to be man. Same with like Jayla, I know you be showing me some profits that you be making and going crazy with. When you profit again, if you don't already, look at it in a percentage. Look how much you did, or just realize what you did in percentage amount, and then maybe, up like in your mind or on a calculator or on paper, increase that trading balance, but keep that same percentage that you just made today or the yesterday or whenever you made, right? Keep that same percentage, right? But just trade or just switch the account balance and see what comes out, right? See what comes out. And I'm talking about this page right here. And as you can see, 200K account 4%, 8,000. 200, $8. $8. You're not gonna be hyped. Some people, I mean, inflation's a real thing nowadays, and if you got bills, don't even start. Don't even talk about if you got bills or expenses and stuff like that. You gonna be fine with $8 a day? Feel me? Or you're gonna be fine with 4% a day. Because you're gonna feel better about what you did. You're gonna keep a high positive attitude, high positive spirit, and you're gonna continue to do what you know how to do. And you're just gonna look at yourself better because you know how to make percentage. You don't know how to make money, you know how to make percentage. And like I said, you get your hands on some more capital. Hey, shoot, unemployment come, pandemic happens. No, you know what I mean. But I'm just saying, during the pandemic, a lot of people got money. Oh, guess what? I got mad money and I know how to trade. Yeah, let's make that 4% again. You feel me? So, yeah. Def Will ready to have good habits. Thank you. Because you already know the good habits, like I said, is literally why I'm here and why I can walk into conferences with multimillionaires and talk my ish about trading. Because my mindset has been established from the jump about how I should go about it, and I'm already too far along now. I'm already too deep into this to know how rewarding trading is. So, of course, if you guys know this early on or whenever, you're golden. And the last thing is when I learned that I could withdraw my money even if I wasn't above my initial investment. I can still take it out and use it to spend it and things like that. When I realized that, that was a whole nother shift. Because me personally, my journey, I learned like a super like not like a goody two shoes type of thing, but like I stuck to good habits. I didn't go out of 3% risk. I didn't, I mean, when I was learning, I did some silly mistakes and stuff, but I was a beginner. But my point is, I always made sure that I was practicing good habits and good routines and rituals, a good mindset from the jump, right? So one thing that I didn't know was my first amount that I put in live was $400, right? And that was when I started my journey. So I was kind of on demo, but then I went to the live account because I don't know, I trusted myself, and I seen I was doing really well on demo, so I didn't hesitate. I went right to the live account. Like I said, $400. After fees, it was $390 in my trading balance, and I ended up losing, winning, losing, winning. I was just learning. I was using my learning phase on my live account. My point by saying all of that is, there was a time where it wasn't. I lost more money than what I was gaining, right? I lost more money than I was gaining, but I was still gaining a lot. I was still gaining a lot. I was still in the game. My capital was still a capital. It wasn't like it was deteriorating. Deteriorating. You know what I mean? Deteriorating. Is that a word? Deteriorate. Yeah, it sounds crazy. It sounds interesting, but yeah, it's not like it was just dwindling down. And I still had capital, right? So when I realized, wait a minute, you telling me all this profit that I've seen, and me just being super disciplined and making sure that my capital is over the amount that I initially put in, then I'll take money out. I didn't have to do that. You telling me what? I remember, I forgot who I told. It could have been my brother or somebody that I'm close with. I'm like, oh, it's over. It's over. Like, I know how to trade, right? I know how to trade. I know how to see profit. I know how to catch price. I know how to catch a setup over and over and over and over and over again, right? I just didn't know I could use that money. But when that light bulb switched, oh boy, it was over. I remember that next week, my mental was just so, I was in a different realm, because I'm like, oh, this is real now. Like, that insomnia cookies that I be wanting sometimes, that's only $8. I made $8 before. You know what I mean? I started thinking of, oh, all these moves that I'm making can really turn into real purchases and real like things, right? And fast forward now to this point where I'm paying for different conferences and different investments with the trading profits, even though like I might not be overall in profit like in the week or the month, or you know what I mean? Like, you can still use the profit that you take from the market and multiply your money. You know what I mean? So that was huge for me, right? That was huge, because you got to think about it like this too. Compared to the average Joe in the world, if they got a lump sum of money, let's just say $4,000, right? If they got $4,000, they're not making a penny off of it, unless they're into business or investing or making their money make money. But most people aren't into, the investing world and stuff like that. That's why it's the 1% type of stuff, right? So that 4,000, they're spending. They're not making one lick of a dollar off of it, right? So the fact that you can make money from the $4,000, you're really having more money, right? If you think about it, you know what I mean? Like, put a thumbs up if you know what I mean by you have more money than $4,000 when you're thinking about it in a realm of, I can multiply this. I can make that money like work for me, and then I can use the profits as well as the initial 4,000. I might have got got you guys confused that last part. But how do you compound while being able to spend? Well, first of all, you can't compound if you're spending and don't let you spend a lot, but you have to be profiting, right? You have that, like, literally, logically, you have to be profiting if you're gonna take money out. If you're gonna take money out, spending, right? Um, you have to profit. It's kind of like you have to profit and um have half or however much for your spending, and then you have to put back money into your trading account, so then your next profit can be higher, right? Because your account balance is now higher, right? But you can't compound if you're losing, right? And spending is basically like you losing. You're taking money away from your initial amount. So when you do, if you are thinking, my advice would be, if you're thinking about spending and still trying to grow your capital, you gotta have a percentage of what's spending money and what's going back into the account, right? And since you're profiting and kind of splitting it in different ways, you now have to be aware of how much if you were to lose, you have to be aware of that loss ratio too. You have to add that in because you're talking about compounding, right? So if you want to continue to see your account keep going up, right, you can't lose more than you're dishing out in different cuts. Your personal cut, the account gets the money back, right? So the different cuts, right? But now you have to factor in that splitted cut that goes back into the account. You can't lose more than that if you want to be compounding, right? So you have to have all these different criterias mapped out, maybe visually on somewhere. I have a whiteboard right there. I have another one right in front of here, and I have another one right there, and I have a calendar right there. So I have different things that's visually showing me what I'm telling you right now. I have that right there, right? So that's that. Boom. And that is it. Right here is, wait, do I have another slide? No, I don't. But right here, so this is 8:18. We went a little bit over, but for all my people that want to continue to continue, but to get more access, right? More access to me. I have a package of $197 a month, right? And it includes my coaching program, which is called Fund Your Passion, which is $97 a month. And then I have my VIP mentorship, which is actually going down on a discount from $997 to $497. I'm thinking about putting it to $497, right? Until 2025 or something like that, and then it's going right back up, right? But for the boot camp, it's going to be $197. We have 2 people that already signed up, and it's only for this day, or it's only for this boot camp time. But you can continue to soak up my free content. Also join that client club, which is the community that I sent the invite to, which is going to have daily content, reminders of different platforms that I'm posting to and gems that I'm giving. You'll see other people in there that's on their journey of trading, beginner, intermediate, advanced, things like that. I'll be in there as well. My live trading sessions will be in there. You'll be able to get a notification and things like that when I'm trading, and you'll get the link and everything. And just everything is gonna be included with this $197 a month. So yeah, this is gonna be open for just the boot camp. And that is the end of the slide right there. So if you guys have any other questions, we are done. But if not, let me know how y'all feeling. How y'all feeling about this this session? Did you guys learn anything? Do you feel like you can take anything with you guys in the next day? Talk to me. And then after that, we're going to wrap it up. And tomorrow is the biggest day, in my opinion, where I'm actually going on the chart. I mean, I did yesterday, but I'm going into the chart with deep insight on my exact strategy, the same strategy that I use every single day. I'm gonna be explaining it, right? More than what I did before. I just kind of just exposed it to you guys yesterday, but tomorrow I'm actually gonna explain what it is, how to see it, things like that. Good session, brother. Excited to see the charts, and for the others, yes. But if nobody has anything, I'll see you tomorrow. Expect the email. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like I said, the recording will be in the Google Drive. I will send all the emails. Make sure you guys all have that. But until next time, 7 p.m. Peace. All right, guys. So 7:01. I don't want to waste any time. You guys all have valuable time, and I also want to get to showing you what I do every single day. And yeah, hopefully blow you guys' mind in some type of way, or maybe open your mind in some type of way. Well, I'm definitely going to. I don't think anybody has shown you guys this. If they have, let me know what their contact name is, and we will be best friends. No, I'm just kidding. But let's get right into it. Everybody can join later on. But you guys are here bright and early, so early bird gets the worm, right? So let's share. Alrighty. This is like my second home. This is literally like my second home. I open this chart every single day at 8 o'clock a.m. Actually, 7:30. I'm already here because the goal is, and this is one of the rules that I have, right? And I'm actually gonna. This is perfect. I'm gonna mark up the gold. It's time for a new markup, anyways. It's gonna be Friday, and Monday through Friday, like I said yesterday or 2 days ago, the market closes on Fridays. So usually the weekends I take to myself, and I usually reset, reload, right? And Sunday, sometimes, right, I will reanalyze the chart and get a fresh new look. But usually I do that while I'm trading. But this is perfect. I'm already here with you guys. Okay, let's hide this real quick. Let's delete every drawing. So if you look at my left hand side, go to delete, and 12 drawings, remove. So you can remove everything from your chart just by that button, the delete button. I would say don't remove indicators, right? Because you'll have to re-add the indicators. The indicators are right here. I only use this one right here, which I'll get into later. But boom, let's get into it. I'm excited. Okay. Text, right? I have a template which shows me my rules, but I already learned it, so I don't need to pull it up every time. If you have not got a screenshot of this, I would say screenshot it for sure. This could be a guideline that you can use when you start to trade. And if you want to copy off mine, hey, good luck, it works. So let's go right into number one. Actually, I want to start with number 3. Number 3 is market structure, right? Actually, number 2, did you peep higher time frames? That's called multi-time frame analysis. I just kind of made it into a little phrase, but it's here. Let's rewrite this for you guys so you know exactly what it's really called. In multi-time frame analysis. Right? Analysis. I think I spelled that correct. All right. Boom. So the first thing I do when I get into a chart is I go to the monthly. At the top here, like I shared yesterday, is the time frames, right? I always start at the monthly. Any pair I go to, anything, I go to the monthly because that shows the overall bias of what it's doing, of what the pair is doing. In this case, it shows overall what GOAT is doing, right? Right. So, one thing that I learned from a beginner trader till now is I used to look at my arrow. This is how I navigate, so you can see where I'm pointing at and stuff. When I was a beginner, more of a beginner, I'd maybe look at like this area over here and try to like help that with my judgment of where is it going. But I learned immediately that that is irrelevant. This stuff over here, because we're on the monthly, it's kind of irrelevant. Yes, kind of. Like I said, kinda. It's not totally, but if you look at the bottom, this is the time. So you can see it says Monday 03 Jan 22. That's January 3rd 2022. That's a Monday. If I go to the right one more, you can see March 1st 2022. So this is in 2022. This is the past. I don't need the past information. I need the current, right? But some people might not be aware that this is old news, that it's already passed and stuff like that. So because we're on the monthly, right, and it takes if you look on the right hand side here, the price, this is the price on the right hand side, right, and this dotted line is where price is currently. And then if you look right here under the price number, it has some numbers. It has a date, or it has like a time, a countdown. It says 14D22H. That is 14 days and 22 hours. So that means in 14 days and 22 hours, another candlestick will form, because it's every month, right? So it's been 16 days of this, or 14 days or something like that of this month. So let's go down to the weekly. Well, first, before I go to the weekly, what is it doing, right? And I have another thing here, another text that I'm about to use. It's called multi-time frame analysis, right? So I literally will go in and write what I see. So let's go to the monthly, right? I'm gonna write what I see, and this is just so when I get down to the lower time frames, I still have in my mind what it's doing on the higher time frames. And in other forms, we're trading with the big fish and the shark. Say we're under the water, right? And we want to be protected. We want to have a smooth time. We don't want to swim with little guppies and stuff like that, because they're going to get eaten up by all the other big time players in the water. We want to swim right with the big fish, the sharks, right? So monthly, we're going to look right here what currently is doing. If you look at the bottom, it says December, or it says November 1st 2024. Remember, this is the month, so it's every month that you see. So we're looking right here. Currently, I see, okay, it just bought up a lot in the past, and now this full month candle, I see a large red candle. So I'm like, okay, it's buying, but right now it's kind of selling off right now, right? And that's just on the monthly. So what I'm gonna put is, it is, and I'm not gonna get into investor terms, but bullish and bearish. Bullish is buying, bearish is selling. But I'm just gonna say buying and selling with you guys. But if you want to write down bullish, that's when you buy, and bearish is selling. So it is buying overall, but I see it selling, right? And this is me being thorough, and you guys should get the thorough explanation first before you become unthorough, before you kind of like already have a rhythm, right? You need to know how to be super thorough first. All right, now we go to the weekly. Now you see it's a little different, right? A little different chart layout. So like I said, overall is buying, but I do know there's a thing called retracement, so it can sell before it buys back up again. Just like how people say buy on the dip and stuff like that. Well, this dip is called a retracement. It sells before it buys back up again. You can kind of see it everywhere. You see it here. It buys up, sells down. Just before it buys up again, it sells down. Just before it buys up again, sells a little bit down, buys up again, right? Now it's selling down again. It's a pattern. It's a repeat, right? So I'm going to put on the weekly. Heavy selling. You don't have to copy word for word everything I say, but you have to you don't have to, but what I do is I describe what's going on in my own wording and things like that. Heavy selling, and then I'm gonna say approaching, spelled that wrong, approaching INST. That's a short form for number one, institutional candle, right? So if we scroll in right here, and I teach this in my coaching program, right here, this last red candle before the blue candle, the last red candle before this push up, this is now considered an institutional candle. So we're gonna mark that with the Argon box over here from the top, and I'm gonna show you guys how I mark it. Right, so the little red thing that you see right here is the body, and then the lines are called wicks. So I mark it from the top of the wick to the bottom of the wick with this Gan box that I showed. And all recordings will be in the Google Drive after this session. So yes. And on the right hand side here was a game changer for me. Knowing how to label all my tools, and so it's just an extra thorough step for me to know when I get down to the lower time frames, I might see different drawings, and I can look right at this little area and I'll see, oh, okay, that's a 30-minute institutional candle, you know, without having to like guess and check, and you know. So I do W for weekly and INST for institutional. You know what I mean? Unless you want to write the full word institutional candle, go for it. But I abbreviate. So like I said, or like I wrote down, heavy selling approaching institutional candle, right? Let's go to the 2-day and let's see what it's doing, right? Okay, it's still selling down, right? And you have to realize this is 2 days worth of data. Another 2 days, another 2 days, another 2 days, another 2 days, and another 2 days. So because we're in and out in 1 day, right? We don't need to know what it's doing like overall. Yes, we do, but that's not the most important thing, because we're not getting in on a trade and holding it in for days. We're in and out in the same day. So we need to know what it's doing currently, right? Because we can get in and then get out, and like it can do whatever else it needs to do, and it doesn't matter. We already got our fair share, right? And we're on to the next. So you come to the market getting what you need to get out of the market, and let the market do what it needs to do, if that made sense. I usually look at the 2-day as just like an extra, but the daily is my main thing that I look at. Currently still selling down, right? I see a little, you know, a new little buying candle right here. It's still selling. I see a new institutional candle right here. Let's get my handy dating tool, right? Let me make this a little smaller now. Let me actually delete all this other stuff so you guys don't get distracted. What did I just do? Let me delete all of this right here. Yes. Cool. All right. So, boom. We're looking at the higher time frames, right? And we're already having number 1 in place, which is institutional candle. We marked it right here, right? Now, number 3, market structure. So, if you guys have seen yesterday, the dots, the higher low, the higher high, right? That's another thing that you would need to know what's going on. And let's get our handy dandy highlighter in. Or yeah, let's get our handy dandy highlighter. Let's start from this top right here, right? And this is something that you will be practicing, and you will know how to identify market structure and things like that. But I'm just going through what I do every single day. Welcome, Court, to the Zoom or to the Google Meet. I'm just going over number 3, market structure, and how I see it. So, what I'll do for market structure, actually, because it's kind of, I mean, if I want to mark it right here, I'd mark it like this, but it could be a little bit more clear on a different time. I'm gonna go down to the 8-hour. You see how it looks super different from the daily, right? Right, super different. So let's go to the 8-hour, and let's go back to number 3, market structure. High right here, right? Let's get our highlighter. Low right here, right? And then it bought up. This is now the new high that it made at the time. I'm marking that, and it sold all the way down to what is currently at right now, right? High, low, lower high, lower low, right? And now it's starting to buy up, as you can see, and we're on the 8 hours, right? So that means there has been 3 new buying candles, and that's 8 hours each. So that's 24 hours, or 16 hours I meant. That's 16 hours worth of its momentum moving to the upside, right? So now we're kind of, once again, our goal is to predict, right? We're already, basically my prediction would be, well, look at this. My prediction would be for it to buy back up to a certain area, which I will show you how I look at that, right? It's gonna buy up to a certain area, and then it's gonna be on its way back down, right? It's not rocket science. To some people it is, but when you understand that it's following a structure, it's gonna just follow that same structure, right? And we got a question from my guy L, Mr. Cornelius. What's your question?
Hey, question for you.
Yes.
I know you probably get into it, but how do you capture that pattern at its peak where it went up to its highest? How do you capture that? Yep, that peak there. How do you capture it at its highest for when it repeats and goes back up and maybe above that?
You might have to ask that one more time.
Like how do you capture the pattern? You see how it at its high, it went down to a low and then creep back up. Yep,
Okay.
and then drop dramatically down.
Okay.
How do you? Is there a pattern previously, like months before, that it did that, where you can capture that and say, "Hey, it did this before. It did this before. Let me see if it kind of running the same pattern."
I'm not
But
meaning to laugh, but I don't think I get exactly what you're trying to ask.
because I mean, there's patterns that how this market this runs, right?
Correct.
So I didn't know if there's a previous pattern where it peaked up, ran down a couple candles,
So we're
and
actually
then
at the all-time high. If this is what you're talking about,
yes,
we're at an all-time high area. So there is no previous higher point than this area. This is the all-time high of gold. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of clarity of your question. Or because I
yeah,
really don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you're
no,
asking.
I mean, yeah, I get that. That might be the all-time high, but there
Okay.
was a high previous to that high that kind of ran
This
that same pattern.
right here.
I'm
This
not sure if I'm not sure if it's there, but there's a pattern that it consists of, is what I'm thinking. I don't know.
just try your question one more time. Just try to think about it in the best way possible. Like think about the question. Um and I can try my best to answer it, but that question, it just didn't make sense to me at all. But yeah, definitely answer that or ask that question because I want to make sure you get clarity on whatever. Jayla, you had a question too?
Yeah, so
Yep.
like Uncle Nini, are you asking how you would get in at that highest point?
Actually, in my mind, I would probably want to catch it at its lowest point, thinking that it would jump back up at a high point where I can buy in low and catch it at a
Okay, instead of
high.
selling.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
Okay.
and I thought maybe there was a pattern that this scale takes that it did before, where three or four candles dropped and then it was trying to make a upward movement, and you want to capture in. Who knows? They might have a higher than high than that one.
Right.
So,
I think Kendall, I think you'll get to it when you keep explaining where
Yeah.
your box is. Yeah.
Right. Just know in this field, specific, being specific, and like, you know, yeah, just being very specific is going to get you exactly what you want, right? If you're kind of all over the place or if you don't know exactly what you're trying to say, you might not get that exact answer because, I mean, as you can see, this chart is, in other words, chaos, right? So I don't know exactly what you could be saying if you don't know yourself what you're saying. And that's actually why I use an arrow too, because I don't expect, well, I learned this from when I was learning from my mentor. He was saying so many different things right early, and I didn't know where to look. I don't know what this man was talking about or nothing. And so I'm like, okay, I know when I get to teaching, I'm gonna make sure I have an arrow because I can't sometimes explain what I'm trying to say, but I could point to where I'm trying to say, and then things like that. So hopefully I get to it, but if not, just ask it again. Yeah, You got it? You got it better?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm looking at the pattern. Oh, go back. You had go back to where you were. Go back to screen view. I'm looking at a pattern. You see where the candles they come down red again when it's trending down red, but then you'll see it trend back up. It probably has about 2 or 3 candles that's red, and
These.
then it trends. In the
So
oh,
question for you. What's the overall thing that you're trying to figure out?
I'm
What
trying
are
to
you
I'm
trying
trying
to?
to see the pattern of how this is running, and
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, go on. Yeah, go on. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna get to it.
Okay,
You can't get to a you can't
I'll
get to
let
a
you get
panel
to it.
that's at an all time high. That all time high, it's you know what I mean. Like that's the highest. Like there's no other information at an all time high. But yeah, just sit back, let your body work. Somebody told me that in the past. I'm just saying. But I'll get to a pattern in a little bit for sure. So number 3, like I was saying, market structure. By the way, guys, that's my dad. He said that same phrase to me growing up. So yeah, just just a little context. So number 3, market structure. We see it all time high, so we consider it a high. We see it sold down to a low. It bought up, right, to a lower high, or yeah, lower high, and then now it's selling down, and now this is what we think, or we're going with the lower low, right? And this is live right now, so we can't just snap of a finger and get to wherever it's trying to go. We have to wait, right? We're predicting, we're on top of it. You know, you want to be prepared, right? So boom, let's go to daily, or let's write on the daily, because now I see, because I was really showing you guys the structure, right? And I just wanted to go to the 8 hour because it had more clear structure. So let's write on the daily. Let's write on the daily, showing, this is what I would put, showing bearish or selling structure, right? And the reason why it's selling structure is because, and I'll write this for you guys so you have it. Let's make this a little bigger. Didn't mean to do that. All right, selling in selling structure, lower lows, lower highs, right? And then let's just do the buying structure. Actually, let's not confuse you guys right now. Let's just stick to selling structure, right? You know it's a selling environment or area that you're in when the market gives you lower lows and lower highs, right? And so that's what we're marking out right now. Right? So let's just mark this for you guys. High, right? Low. Let's put that there. I'll make it a little bit neater for you guys. Lower high. Oops. Lower high. Where? Okay. Lower high. There we go. And then lower low. So as you can see, I might need to switch this one. As you can see, it's starting to have that formation of lower lows and lower highs. So that's how you know we're in a selling structure, and you also can see by, you know, the amount of selling candles, right? So let's keep on going down. Let's not get too caught up, right, into the higher time frames. But as you can see, you can kind of see the overall directional bias from the top. So now let's go to the 4 hour. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, we can see a little bit more. Let's zoom in, right? And I'll always bring this with me, so I can have a personal notepad right to the left of me while I'm looking at what's going on, right? So after as we say, here is our lower low. It's buying up currently, right? So, and this is how you break down a chart. This is to the point where you only have to do this one time in a week, and you already know what it's doing for like that Monday to Friday. You already know what it's doing. So at that point, you're just getting your daily trades in, because you know you already did your analysis and things like that beforehand, right? So now you're just kind of letting it play out and follow the rules that it, or follow the price action, as it's called, that it's already going to do, but you're now aware and now you have more biases around it. So the 4 hour made, this is what I would put, made a lower low and now retracing, aka buying up before it sells. And I don't want it to go too wide, so I'm gonna aka buying before it sells again. And this is my bias. This is not 100% what it's gonna do. The 100% what it's gonna do is the market doing exactly whatever it does. That's the answer, right? So if you have a strong bias, right, keep it until the market maybe shows you otherwise, then switch it up, right? Because you're not the person in charge, right? So boom, let's go to the hour, right? I mean, I go to the 2 hour just to see a whole nother view. Okay, cool. It's buying, but then it's selling a little bit. So one thing that I see is an institutional candle. Let's bring back our rules, right? Because number one, let's actually put this up here. So I see an institutional candle and it's right here, right? This is, and I when I started would mark all institutional candles, right? And you guys should as well. And I go into detail of exactly how to find it, and then of course how to profit off of it. But in this case, I'm showing you an institutional candle that I would mark actually, like right now, not for practice, but just literally like something that I see is interesting and it's something I need to know. So I mark that from the top to bottom, the last red candle before a push to the opposite direction, right? So it shows like it's an area that is interested, like the market is interested in respecting or disrespecting. Remember, there's only two things that can happen in a institutional candle. It can either respect the institutional candle or disrespect it, meaning trade right past it or trade in it and bounce right back up, right? So there's only two things that it could do. So let's rename it to two. I do 2HR, 2 hour space INST. That's my little abbreviation, right? Organization really does play a part if you're gonna draw a lot on here, right? So let's go down to the hour. Let's bring my little tool here. So on the hour, I still see, and you can see it's so different than the 8 hour, the daily, the 4 hour. It's, you get more detail on what it's actually doing, right? So yes, it made it low, and now it's buying up for real, right? It's buying up, but kind of got a little push down right here, right? So I'm gonna write that down. Showing more bullish. Okay, let's just not do that. Showing more buying conditions. Period. Showing more buying conditions. Period. That's what it's doing. AKA it's showing more buying like action right here, right? And if you think about the time frame of this quote unquote small move or something, let's get this info line and it'll show you how long this actually is. This is 11 hours. Or this push up right here, that's 10 hours, right? So this is a sturdy move. Pops, did you just raise your hand, or is this a low? This is like a past raise your hand? You can unmute
That's
yourself.
the pass. That's
Okay.
the pass.
All right. So yeah, on the hour we can see it's buying up, right? So let's keep on going. Let's keep on going down, right? Boom. The 30-minute instantly already see some things, right? I hope you guys see some new things too. So if not, put them glasses on because I'm about to show you. Boom. Right here, I see something right here, and it's number one, institutional candle. I promise you, institutional candles are going to be your best friend because they're everywhere on the market or on the charts. So I'm gonna mark this blue candle, and I'm kind of, my eyes kind of trained to see it, right? So let me take a step back and show you guys what I see. But this blue candle before this push down, right? This blue candle before this push down, which made this full push, right, and hasn't come back since, is now an institutional candle for me, to me. Let's mark it from the top to bottom, right? From the top to bottom. And look at this. Look what we see right here. Currently, right? I told you guys there's two things they could do. Respect or disrespect. So, as we see, you know, we had this institutional candle. It's sold down, but it came back up. And look what it's doing. It came to the 50%. So there's a 50% line right in the middle that makes these two different colors, right? And look what it's doing. It's respecting, currently respecting, because it came in. So it bought in. And now it pushed, you know, pushed down here, right? Then it came back in again, hit the 50% line again. And now look what it's doing currently. Boom. It's selling down now, right? So this is an example as of right now of price respecting the institutional candle. So when price respects an institutional candle, now your brain should be like, okay, I'm thinking about getting in, right? And there's a thing called refining your entry, right? Because one thing you could do is this could be an entry, this could be a trade right here, and I'm gonna show you. And definitely listen in here, because it gets this simple. Like, this is the process. Of course, getting better at this process, but it can be this simple, right? So at the bottom, I would put my trade right here, right? And if I'm thinking it's going to respect this area, that's my analysis, that's my prediction, right? I'm gonna put my stop loss above this, right? Because I want to sell, right? Because it's respecting it and pushing down as we see. This is just a setup. This is not like, oh my God, I'm standing on this forever. No, it's just my idea right now, and the market will tell me if my idea is correct or not, or like valid, right? So I would put my stop loss right above. That's 99 pips, almost 100 pips, right? And this you could target the low. Does anybody have any reason or any answer to why we would target the low? I just want to see if you guys are catching on or not. Does anybody know why I would target this low right here? Any guess? There's no wrong answers at all. You can type it, raise your hand, anything. Let me actually back this up a little bit. Let me go to the 4 hour, maybe give you some hints. Let's see, we got a chat right here. Oh. I got you guys. I know you guys were thinking it in your head, but the reason why we would target a low is if, let's go back to the 30-minute. So if it was respecting this institutional candle, then that means it's on its way down to make a new low, right? To make another low, right? Because if we really marked our market structure on the 30-minute, we will see a lot more structure, but we marked our structure on a higher time frame, right? So it's kind of like spaced out. But when you go deeper into the time frames, you can see a lot more structure. So what I'm saying by this is, watch, let's add structure and it will make a lot of sense, right? So boom, this was the low, this was a lower high, boom, right here is another a lower low, right? Then it could be boom, right here, another lower high. We could just drag this. Oops, don't mean to do all that. Lower high, right? Where's this low? Oh, right here. We want to copy this right here, but we want to change this to a lower low like this. Honestly, I'm tired of this right here. Let me do something real quick, because I'm actually tired of it not looking the same. Boom. And I'm showing you guys how to actually change a template right now. So you would just make a text, right? And then you'll go into here, and then you'll say save drawing template as. Click that. I'm gonna name this low, and I already have a low right here. This is a template, so I don't have to type low. I don't have to do anything. I can just choose this template, and it's gonna spit out this text design. So I'll do that. Save. Look at drawing template low already exists. Do you really want to replace? Yes. So now when I get my text, right? I go to my little 3 dots with the plus, that's the templates, and then I go to low, and now look at low. It's just like the rest, so now it looks good. It's not detrimental, but it's just another thing that you now know how to do. Jayla, I see you have your hand up. Let's see.
Okay, so did we determine that an institutional candle is a clear change in trend, or what is that? How did you come up with your candle, your institutional candle? Where do you find them?
Yeah, so that's a institutional candle is an area of interest. In other words, very long story short type of explanation. It's an area that is shown over and over and over, historically repeating. We can go back um all the way right here, like to 2023. We can keep on going back to the beginning of the data on gold, and we can find more uh patterns that we just marked just now, and they're called different things to other people, like order blocks. There's different words for it, but it's still the same definition, or like it does the same thing, right?
Okay.
And so what it is it's the last. So let's not use colors, because you can actually customize your colors, but it's the last candle before, and it's the opposite candle. There's a buying candle and a selling candle, right? So in this case, my selling candle is red, so it's the last selling candle before a
the trend.
huge
Right.
just a huge push in the opposite direction, right?
Okay.
And it could be a selling candle or a buying candle, but of course the selling candle is the next, what's after a selling candle is a buying candle, right? So right here, as I'm looking at it, this is an institutional candle right here, right?
So you can find a bunch of them everywhere.
Oh yeah, like I said, it historically proves itself to show over and over and over. We're literally in 04 right now. We're in December 04, 2020 or 2004. So if you knew how to trade and you knew about institutional candles and stuff like that, you could have capitalized off of this. I could have, but I was 4 years old, so I wasn't doing nothing, right? So boom, let's go back to the 30-minute, right? So now we see another one right here, the last, but it's a buying candle before this selling push down, right? And this is another one right here, the last blue candle before this push down, because you can have an institutional candle within an institutional candle. This could be, and that's when you get to the lower time frame, there's so many different patterns because there's so much more candlesticks to see. So it's a blessing and a curse for some people, right? It's chaos to some people, but it's like, ooh, more information that was not going to be shown on higher time frames, right? So let's continue with the example. So the point is, when you get to lower time frames, there's more structure, and that's what we were going with right here. Lower low, right? A new lower high. Let's continue this structure pattern thing. Boom, it traded down, and this will be a new low, right? Boom. And I wouldn't even say this is a high, because I see right next to it is another high point. So we're gonna make this the actual high, because it's already showing that this made a higher high than this. So this is the true high in this scenario. So let's just drag this right here, and you see, right? It's boom. Let's keep it going. Lower high, right? And honestly, it will be right here. In my opinion, I would make this the last low until this current date, right? So that means that from this low to this high, right, this is the range of price being able to buy up before it sells down, right? Or it could disrespect this structure and continue to go up, and then we'll be in a new structure. It's called break of structure. When you're in a sell structure, but then it kind of disobeys the structure in a way and trades higher than the previous high, then that's when you know that you're changing structure. But we'll get to that. That's another deep concept, right? So let's just keep it simple right now. And boom, there's an institutional candle that we see, and we're just going off of what it's doing right now, right? Because that's all that matters. We can make money right now. We don't have to wait 4 hours. We can make money right now if we wanted. So boom, 30-minute, you see it respects, it's pushing down, right? So we can put that in our multi-time frame analysis sheet right here, right? But I'm gonna do that when I go to the 15-minute. As you see, I already have my monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, and 15-minute. That's where I write my my thought process. All the extra time frames are just extra data for me to make my bias. So let's go to the 15-minute, right? And if you see, the institutional is now a little bit, it looks a little bit different, right? That's just because it's on a smaller time frame, right? And so we could do something like this, and it shows a whole different like setup, should I say. As soon as it came into this 15-minute institutional candle, look what it's doing, pushing down, right? But it's fine. We mark this as the 30-minute. Let's actually mark that 30-minute. And let me know if this is making sense to you guys, or you're getting the gist of it, because I may think I'm saying a lot, you know what I mean? But it's all good. This is all free information for you guys. So boom, let's keep on going down. Ooh, I see some good stuff right now, right? I'm gonna see some good. I see some real good stuff we can possibly get in. So now that we're like more focused on where it's at currently, right? Let's keep focusing on it, right? So right now I see something. This blue candle right here, before a push down, right? Me personally, because I've seen price make the same movements over and over in my face, I'm considering that as an institutional candle. So get my gone box, I'm gonna mark it, boom, and look what we have here. Look, so I'm gonna move my short position. This short position literally just shows you your trade. This is your setup. This is your trade setup, right? Visual trade setup. You're not in it yet, but this is what your trade could look like. You can see your risk to reward. You can see how much you're gonna make before you place your trade, right? So, oh, this looked nice. I'm not gonna lie, this looks nice. And this looked like I'll get in this one. Yeah, this, okay, so as you can see, I'm gonna get my arrow. So boom, this institutional candle that I marked, it's sold down, right? It came back up. Currently, that's where we're currently at right now. It came back up, and it seems like it's respecting it so far, because when it comes into this area, it's now pushing back the opposite way, right? It's respecting it. It's not disrespecting it. If it was disrespecting, it would look like this. Like it would shoot past it, right? So currently, this is an area of interest that I'm really interested in. Let's get my guy Randy in here. Welcome, Randy. We're pretty deep in to the concepts of my strategy, but it is recording. We will have a recording so you can catch up. So do the best you can to grasp information, ask questions, and yeah, let's move on. But nice to see you. But yeah, like we were saying, it just hit this area and now it's selling down. So I'm gonna write that down on the 15-minute, right? Just hit it a INST. That's my abbreviation, institutional, and now respecting. Period. Right? This is like a little note taking thing. I don't have to write an essay, right? I just want to know what it's doing. So when I go down to lower time frames, like this is the 10-minute, right? You can kind of just see a little bit differently, right? I don't see nothing crazy right here. So I'm going to go down to the 5-minute. 5-minute. Okay. I see what it's doing a little bit. Let's see. Let's go back to the 10-minute. So one thing that I also see too, right? So let's zoom. And this is advanced stuff, right? This is like things that you're just not going to learn if you don't know anybody doing this. Let's actually go to the 5 just so it's a little easier for you guys. But this red candle right here, I see, just because I see this thing, I see the chart that it does the same thing over and over and over. So when you guys also get in the market and look for institutional candles and look for things respecting and not, it will also come to you. Your eye, it's called training your eye, right? So this red candle before this push up right here is an institutional candle to me. So I'm marking that, right? So I told you guys day 1 or 2 that the market moves in 3 ways: sideways, up and down, or diagonal up, which is bullish and aka buying, or diagonal downwards, which is selling, right? Diagonal down, selling; diagonal up, buying; and then horizontal, plateauy. This kind of gives that vibe, right? It's still showing direction of it going up, but just because I've been in this environment before, this is, if you start from here to here, this is 40 minutes. So if you're in this trade right on this candle, if you enter right on this candle and you got caught into this sideways movement, you would be very confused on where it's going, right? Maybe looking from the outside, you're like, oh, it's just going up here and then coming back down, right? It might be easy to predict that or see that. But when you're in this, like, this chaos, right? That's literally consolidation, right? So there's no clear direction, and you feel things way more when you're actually in the trade, because your money is literally fluctuating up and down, up and down, up and down from your entry, right? So this is just experience, right? But like I said, this is a 5-minute institutional candle, and what we're doing here is now we're seeing a range, right? We're seeing, okay, there's a institutional candle up here that is coming into, but then also we're gonna watch out for this to see what it does right here, right? So and we also have to know number 5. Let's go to our rules, right? And this is, like I said, I look at these same rules over and over every day, but it's natural now. I don't have to go through this full analysis every day. I just naturally do these steps. So the fact that you guys are getting this foundation, all you have to do is keep on rinsing and repeating, and it will become secondhand nature, like clockwork, right? So I'm gonna bring this back so we can see number, where was I at? Number 4. We're right in order. We're right in line. Number 4 session. So it's 7:50 p.m. Eastern time, right? This is nowhere near New York session, right? So that's why we're getting this type of environment, right? I personally wouldn't even get in, but like you can still get in any day. You can get in anytime, any day. But just because I hope you guys now see it's like this area. Let's highlight this area. Do you not see how conjumbled, or like, I don't know if that's a word, conjumbled, but it's cluttered together. That's because of the time session. This is not the time to be trading a USD pair. Like I said, you can, but if you want smooth structure and all that, then you're gonna wait till 8 a.m. or 8 a.m. Look at, if you go to the website that I've shown 3 days now, we're currently at 749, and this is at a low of when trading volume is for the day. So that's why you see different patterns, and the chart, or the market, the price, gold, should you say, is kind of getting ready for its opening again, right? So it's just fizzling out. The big moves were earlier in the day, right? So now it's kind of just settling itself into, when it gets back to the peak hour, right? So that's what you see right here, is just doing some messed up stuff, some whack stuff, right? But look at, we're now at the 2-minute. Do you see how small things get, right? And usually you won't see this type of information. Look on the 4-hour. Look how different it looks, right? So let's go on the 2-minute, and I'm showing you guys what I do. I'm not, like, I'm on the 2-minute. I'm on the 1-minute, right? So I'm only gonna teach you guys what I know, right? And a lot of people don't go down to this area because it's too chaotic and stuff. But when you realize how crazy it is and how organized you can make it, oh yeah, you guys will get hooked too. So right here, I see this blue candle, right? Before this push down, right? And I kind of just see it's it's a solid institutional candle, right? It looks clean to me. So I'm gonna mark that, and I'm gonna show you guys what it's doing. It's in it currently. So boom, top from bottom, right? I'm always looking at this 50%. So this is literally what it's doing right now. So we could be predicting the market in real time, right? From minute to minute, right? And I might even put in a trade just to show you guys too. I might risk way lower so I don't actually put in a real trade that I'm like emotionally drawn to, right? So this could be a trade right here, right? And look at, this is a 1.2. So if you risk $100, you'll make 120, right? And this is like probably in a minute or 2 minutes or something like that it can reach this area right here. But like I said, this institutional candle, right? It's currently in it right now. Let's go to the 1 minute. Oh, as you can see, there's a better looking institutional candle that I would actually mark right here. Boom, right? And honestly, guys, now it's either a waiting game or, I mean, currently it's in the entry area right here. I'd enter at the bottom or enter anywhere in here. But if it starts trading past the 50%, then in my eyes, it's disrespecting it. So if you mark any gone box or institutional candle with a gone box and it shoots past the 50%, I'm not considering it respecting. So I'm not even gonna like think about it as a trade to get in. But look, guys, I'm gonna open up my chart and let's see if we can get a result right now. It is literally right at the line, or the entry line right here. So what we just did, what I just showed you guys, was I started from the top, from monthly. Now I'm all the way to 1 minute, right? Usually you can stop at 4 hours and stuff like that, but guess what? You might not see a move ASAP. I see moves almost every day because I'm all the way to the 1 minute, so I can see a lot of information that others don't see. So I put in some money just to play around and show examples the other day, right? And I'm gonna do the same thing, right? I'm just gonna sell right now. That's how you know you're in the trade, right? So now, usually I have this screen on my other. I only have $88 in here, right? But that also shows you how you don't need to have a bunch of money to start with. But let's see, boom. The first thing I'm doing is changing this short position to my actual price position. And right here, fill price, that's the price. So 2566.87. So let's change this over here to 2566. What I say, 87? 87. Enter. Dang. Push me down. Let's see. Was it? Yeah, 87. Right. So now, boom, that's our trade, right? And my mental stop loss, or I can actually put this, in my app, but this is my stop loss. I'm not going to be in the trade past this because what we're expecting is for it to respect this institutional candle. If that's really what it's supposed to do, we're gonna see, right? And from there it's hands off, right? From there it's hands off, and now you just wait for the market to do what it is gonna do, right? And yeah, that's as simple as it can be, but of course it might seem like a lot more. Who was that? Oh, that's the hand signal. Oh, let me get you going. Ask your question, Jayla.
So how many, you call it a gone box, how many of those do you trade within? I know right now you're respecting one, but is there a time where, let's say, it did disrespect a line,
Yeah.
and would you then move your stop loss to that 50%, or
Yeah, so let me see if this is what you're saying. So when you were asking that, I see another institutional candle right over here, right?
Right.
So this is all up to the trader, right? Every trader is different in terms of their execution style, because once you're in the trade, you're in the trade, right? So say it disrespects this, right, and it's up to now the next area, interest area. Like for example, you see what it's doing. Like it's playing games, and that's why we don't want to be in when it's doing all this, because it's just very like random. It's very
Right.
like unpredictable. But say it disrespects this, then there's two different options. You can be disciplined, and if you started off saying I'm gonna take it out above this institutional candle, you're gonna be out, right? Or two, the next thing would be, well, if you're actually educated to know this, otherwise people are just gonna lose money until
They blow it, right?
either unless a certain amount, they're like, okay, I gotta stop, or they just blow their account. But if you're actually educated and you're like, nah, I know it's gonna sell, it's just when it's gonna sell. Well, look, this is another institutional candle that now the stop loss can be like here, right?
Right.
But I kind of see that this is not the best looking institutional candle, so I'm not even relying on that to be an institutional candle. But if right here, perfect, let's do this one right here. So this is a 2-minute institutional candle, the last blue candle before this sell down, right?
Right.
Now it's like, if it doesn't respect what we just thought about it as, this is the next area of interest that it could possibly go up to, right? So it's up to the trader if they want to keep it in, right? But you also got to know, like, okay, it could possibly go up here, up to this area. So if you're willing to lose or
Right.
be in drawdown, huh?
Right. I said to hold that. Now, what about your TP though? So is your TP down there because it hit down there twice?
Right. Yeah. Good
Right.
question.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
well, I was saying right to like your question, but yes, one is because like we're selling, so we wanted to sell down, and the logical thing would for it to be trade lower than the low, right? Because overall, yes, it's in some like jumbled like area right now, but when it stops, when it gets out of that area, it would just finish its where it wants to go. And if our bias is selling, right?
Right.
That is what we're targeting, but really, like, look, it can really go all the way down here.
Okay.
And that's 17 times what you risk right there.
Right. So you're not holding that.
I could, and that's like I said, that's all up to the trader, right? Education, even knowing that it could get there, one, or you could just leave it there, just wish and pray, or you can also track the trade. Like, you can, like, while the trade keeps on going down, and like say it trades lower than this, but it keeps on going down, and let's see, this is a 5-minute institutional candle. So say it trades past this, and now it's like you're still in, because honestly, this move right here, depending on your risk, could be enough, right? So some people might take it out before it comes all the way down here, right? So it's a multitude of variables of if that trader is okay with the profits, if that trader even knows it can go down there, if they're willing to hold it down there, if there's so many different variables to it. So let's go up. Let's go back up. Let's see what it's doing. So hilarious how this is why you don't want to be in a trade when it's consolidating, because it just play too many games. We don't got time for all of that. Our mind, right? But I kind of like this, even though it did spike up a little bit, and this is a add-on to yesterday. Hopefully that answered your question. Though.
Yes, I just wanted to what you do. So thank you.
What'd you say?
I said I wanted to know what you do, because
Okay.
I would hold it all the way down. But
yeah. Based on the trader, based on the risk you got in there,
right.
And that heavily plays a part on, like, for example, if I put my stop loss right here and I have 8 pips, right, and then say I have a certain account size, and I'm clearly like knowing what my risk is, then this move right here could be my rent paid. You know what I mean? So I don't even need to go down there. You feel me? Like, so there's so many variables. You could put your stop loss, you can trail your stop loss and track it, but like, I don't care. Like, I know I'll get these type of moves, like, by just being disciplined, right? I don't have to, like, aim for it. Unless I aim for it, but I'm on 1 minute. You feel me? I'm on the low time frame, so these small moves can look. This is 6 times what your risk right here.
Right.
This is 1.2 times what your risk. Like right now, my 200K account, I'm taking this move every chance, right? And as I was talking, as you can see, it came down in my profit area. I didn't even check what it was at, but like, I mean, we're risking cents here, so not really tripping over it. But say I was looking at it, I could have took it out right there, and that is a day. That is your day. So let's see what it's doing right now, and this will be the time, guys. So this brings me to number 5. We're on perfect schedule. Actually number 6, protect capital mindset. We already kind of talked about that, which is risk management and making sure you know how much money you have in before you get in, and knowing how much you can make. And so look right here, if you go to your sway markets, so in your sway markets, if you go to your entry right here and add a stop loss, right? Actually, let's do it this way. Oh shoot, that scared the mess out of me. If you click this, right, and add a stop loss, and you add a stop loss, literally, you can see how much you can lose, right? You can see how much you'll lose. And then same on the take profit, you can see based on the price. So you have to config the price, either in here or on your trading view. Oh my god. So as you can see, I'd probably take it out right now, right? Let's take it out. So that's an 81-cent loss, right? But that's because it's already coming to here, and we had this marked as a 1 minute institutional. So I mean, it's boom. So it's called mitigating your loss. You can take out your loss before you actually lose if you already see you're gonna lose. But I wasn't too locked in on this trade. This is literally like an example trade, because otherwise I would have took it out here. The reason why is because number 6, conditions check. This could alter your execution style. Literally why I have it, right? And the conditions check is knowing, and I talked about this earlier, how it's sideways moving, and that's a condition. That's called consolidation. So let's just remove this, right? Let's just go on let's just do it here, right? Clearly it's showing sideways, movement, up and down, jumbledness, kind of random. So we'll consider this consolidation, right? And because we got in, right, we wouldn't normally get in when it's consolidating, but because we did, right, now number 6 is in play because we're in a weird area. So we don't need to wait that long target that I showed you earlier, Jayla, or showed you all. You would not, me personally, this is my rules, right? I'm not thinking about it going all the way down here, right? Because if I wouldn't even get in, but say I did get in, like I showed you guys, I'd be like, okay, this is consolidation. Say I realized that it was consolidation a little too late, right? I'm like, oh, okay, that's why it's like being so weird right now, because it's consolidating. Well, guess what? That means I need to get out. I want to take my money, right? I want to take my money, and I don't care if it didn't go past this low. I don't care anything. At that point, I just want to see my money, and you can always get into another trade, right? So that's why it could alter your execution, because it doesn't have to reach the what you usually would expect it to do, which would be like make a new low or make a new high or come to an area you like. No, you take it out because of the conditions that it's in. So that's number 6, right? And we can see if I kept it in, and as you can see, look, we marked this earlier. Let's see what it does. And this was your question, right? So currently I see it's in there, but I see the momentum right now. Oh, that's a good push. That's a little nice push down. But if it goes past this 50% line, up, oh yeah, it's disrespecting it. I already know the momentum, right? So yeah, look. So you can hold that, but look what it's doing, right? So that's why it's even better just to take out your trade, get into another trade, look like get into another trade later on, or just leave the chart and like learn your lesson and, you know, come back later. Or it's really up to the trader, right? It's really up to what rules you have, your personality, and things like that. So I see it's 8:05, but if anybody has any questions, let me know. Definitely just went through number 1 through 6 and showed you guys. Oh, I showed you guys me getting in the trade. Maybe just for looks purposes, I could have took it out in profit just so I could show you guys making money instead of losing. But you get the gist, right? You get the gist. You guys get the gist. So if you have any questions, let me know. I know this is more of a soaking in. Pops, did I answer your question with the pattern, or do you have a clear question now, or what? Let me know. Other than that, if everything's all good for you guys, I hope you guys got new perspective. This will be recorded. Where can I go to find the previous recording? So it'll be in your email. I emailed all every single day of the boot camp, and I'm going to email, or actually my guy that works for me is going to send out emails with the link. So after this call is over, just expect the email. It will show like the Google Drive with the recordings and stuff like that, and you can replay it. And like I said, you can keep asking me questions, right? So yeah, that is that, guys. Where could I? Yeah, I got you, bro. And last thing is where I'm gonna be moving forward, and where all the rest of the students and things like that for further guidance is gonna be. If you guys haven't already, right here is where everything's gonna be listed. Daily announcements. I'm gonna put trades in here. This is a free group, but it's also a paid group for people that actually want to keep diving in to their education. I teach everything that I taught today, but remember when I said, oh, that's a little more advanced, right? Like that's not the session for this right here. So I have recordings of every concept. As you can see, I'll give you guys a little, and this constantly keeps on upgrading, right? But risk management, multi-time frame analysis, institutional candles. Like, what is an institutional candle? What is an imbalance? And this is like deep. This is deep. Picking apart what is it? Strictly only an institutional candle. Strictly only an imbalance. And then the most important, how to profit using institutional candles and imbalances. And then, as you can see, we have market structure. We have time session. We have the indicator that made me thousands and counting. Conditions check, as you can see. So we have this in here for the students that want to continue their learning. And yes, but then also we're gonna have daily motivation. There's gonna be content on here. Any questions you guys have, announcement that I have to give you guys, and my signals and stuff like that, all will be here. So let me send this to you. Let me send this to you guys. And another thing you guys can do is send me your email. Well, I have you guys' email, but all of you guys in here are already pushed through. So you guys can click that, and you guys should be able to just log in without having to pay anything. I configured it to where this will be like the free group, and then there will also be people in here that pay for the coaching, and then there's people that also pay for my mentorship. So that's that. So if you guys have no questions, I hope you guys enjoy. And actually, wait, I forgot one thing. Silly me. I forgot one thing before I wrap up. For all the people that have been emailing and messaging, there's some of them aren't here, but we have some people that will be moving forward with the education and just me as their coach, and they've purchased my coaching program. So let's show you guys this right here for all the people. Wait, why does this happen? Why does this happen? Okay, I don't know. This was earlier like messing up as well. I don't know why it's like messing up still, but I have a $97 a month coaching program and a $9.97 a month right here. But today and I'm probably gonna have. See, I don't know what it's doing. It's literally closing out right now. I don't know what it's doing. But just as of right now, we have a discounted price of $197 a month that I'm doing. I'm having the mentorship and the coaching put in together for that price right there. So, like I said, we have now 3 people that enrolled. So just so you guys have that, you guys will get an email as well to be able to capitalize on all the products we have. So like I said, emails will be sent with the recording of the Google Drive and how to move forward with me to continue to get this knowledge and guidance and things like that. And we have students already making more than their investment. We had Darren speak the other day. He made 200% of his account the first week, right? And we actually have now, what's his name? This guy right here. Oh, that's not. Where is Aaron right here, right? Doing his thing ASAP, 20 hours and already. Actually, no, it's Joshua. I was like, Aaron doesn't ring a bell. This guy, Joshua, I met him on the video game, right? I showed him a brief example of what I do. I had him open up his account, and he's 17, so he can't do his own live account. He's gonna get his mom to, but now he's already seeing results on the demo account within a day, right? And he's gonna put in $50 to instantly make money, right? So like I said, we are here. If you guys have no questions, I'm done. This is my first 4-day boot camp. Hope you guys enjoyed. Give some reactions if you guys enjoyed it. Usually I'm way more interactive. Usually I'll have everybody's camera on and things like that. I see my guy Mike, you know what I mean? I see my guy with the camera on. How'd you enjoyed it? Good? That's good. Thank you, of course, Jayla. This is the first one of many. This is historic. I appreciate you guys. This was a thought a week ago, right? But with ideas, you gotta capitalize on ideas, right? Even if it doesn't make perfect sense, capitalize on it. Go make it happen, right? Because when you're making it happen, things will come to your plate on how to make things more clear, right? So if you have an idea, attack it, go for it. Because look at the turnout. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. All 4 days we had so many people join, get value, reach out saying they learned a lot. And imagine I never, I kept this an idea, right? So I'm just glad you guys got the value. And man, this is just a start. I got a lot more information, a lot more people. So you guys will keep on seeing me. Join that client club so you can keep on getting free, paid content, everything. Just keep the environment, keep the good energy and the good information intact. As soon as you go to YouTube and Google and stuff like that, that's when you start getting a whole bunch more different strategies, a lot of other different things, right? But we narrow it down, right? We narrow it down. So